Yo, everybody. We have got, wow, I'm a mess. I've just come back from the toilet. Anyway, hello, everyone. Mike did win, but Michael is the first to show. Riddler's here. Hello. Paul's Monitors is here. Lucky, everybody. Hello, Touch. How you doing, my friend? Dan, what's good? We had a couple of super chats already because your boy's monetized. Michael himself. He's the guest today. Spoiler. Donating. Everyone feel generous. Basically, all super chats will be read out regardless of what you say. Jonas coming in big. But yeah, I'll try and do my best to get to the comments as always. In case anyone's feeling generous, I'll get Mango out for 500 quid. So yeah, Matt's here. Hello, Matt. What's good? Okay, right, that's comments. Let's go for a bit of housekeeping. Your boy's going to try and not swear because, again, I don't want to be demonetized. First things first, shout out to the Bug Factory. Good guys and girls over there. Always help me out. Cheapest bugs that I found online in the UK, as well as sustainable mealworms, grow your own mealworms. Go and check them out. Links in the description. And now for a new sponsor of the podcast, everybody. Me. So I now have Patreon. Thank you, everyone that's joined my Patreon. You know who you are. I appreciate everybody who's here to support me. It really helps me to continue doing what I'm doing. Don't feel like you have to join if you don't want to join, but it's greatly appreciated. And I love each and every one of you, regardless if you pay for my love or not. I think that's about it, really. So today's guest is obviously Mr. Michael. I'm going to say his name wrong, and I did this when I met him. Longmuir. I'm going to check his reaction. He nods. Okay, Longmuir. There we go. Goats Wildlife. Hello. I don't think I've seen you before. How you doing, my friend? But yeah, so he is a very good friend of myself. We got to meet over the internet, and he's even slept in my house right below where I'm sitting right now. Love you too, Gary. So yeah, without further ado, today's guest, actually wait, everyone wait. Today's guest is Mr. Longfield, Reptiles and Aquatics. Hello.
Yo.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Good. How is this fine, check the day, Sunday treating you?
Not too bad. Yeah, kept busy. Spent the day with the family, so yeah, it's been good.
So Goats is a huge fan. Oh god. I've not seen you here before, but I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been non-stop moving Vivs and building Vivs and doing stuff with Vivs, but you've obviously seen because you're a fellow member.
Yeah, the new one looks good.
Yeah, hopefully it goes in all right. I'm going to try and get it in tomorrow. As long as I can, I might rope my brother in to help me because I don't know if my friends can come over, but I'm getting impatient. So I might try and rope my brother in just to give me a hand to move the last few Vivs, get it in. Yeah, buy some paint, start painting it because obviously bank holiday in the UK for people that don't know. So I'm off work tomorrow, so I can try and get it finished. But yeah, I mean, we can get straight into the quick fires if you wish.
Yeah, on you go.
Snakes or lizards?
Lizards.
Money or time?
That's a hard one because you start, time. Like nobody's going to argue with money, but time's always important, isn't it?
Dan in chat, Dan voice noted me the other day, and he was like, I hate your questions because like obviously I want unlimited money because then I have all my time, and I'm like, yeah, but then you don't have unlimited time because what happens if you die tomorrow? So probably going to get demonetized for saying die, but never mind. Mentally strong or physically strong?
Mentally strong, but somebody who coming from somebody who's got a few health issues that doesn't keep 100%. I think physically strong, yeah. mentally strong. Quick fire.
Wild caught good, wild caught bad.
Wild caught good.
Pro snake rack, no snake rack.
No snake rack, but I don't really care what other people do.
Fair enough.
Like,
go on, yeah. If you want to elaborate.
No, just like I wouldn't use them. Like, not my cup of tea. Not something I do. But at the same point, like I know some people can be really, really strongly opinionated on it, and I feel like it's not worth your time to worry about it.
This is a topic I want to get, not necessarily about snake racks, but that is a topic I want to get into later.
Yeah.
Arid species or tropical species? You have both.
A lot of both, quite
Mm.
50-50. I used to be more arid. I would say now I enjoy tropical more, which is funny because of the species I've gotten recently, but
Which we'll get into in a moment.
yeah.
Sadly, my McDonald's straw is really soggy, so I'm going to have to drink out of a cup. This is the fee question, and she has changed it specifically for you.
Oh, great.
Puffins or toucans? Are you drinking alcohol?
No, it's Coke in a
In an alcohol
mug.
glass. Scotland.
They're both really cool.
I thought, I'm not going to say which one I think, but she said it, and I was like, I know which one he's going to pick, like, straight away, but apparently not.
No. To keep or to look at? Because
I mean,
like I really like toucans. I think they're really cool. But then like I've got a stuffed puffin, as you know. So
Yeah. I thought you'd go for toucans.
yeah,
Because
I think
thought you
I would go toucan.
keeping. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then obviously puffins, Scotland, puffins.
Toucan's alive, puffin's dead. There you go. Sorry, Fee.
Sorry, puffins. Big reptiles or small reptiles?
What do you define as big? This is
I don't know. Snakes over 7 foot, lizards over 4 foot.
Small.
Small. Okay.
Yeah.
Big monitors, dwarf monitors.
Dwarf monitors.
Instagram famous, YouTube famous.
I feel like everybody says YouTube famous because it's where the money's at. But I only use Instagram. So I like if I could pick one, snap my fingers and that's it, I would go YouTube. But what I would be aiming for would be Instagram. So
That's a fair shout.
yeah.
Right. Pro Crocs, no Crocs.
No Crocs.
Don't swear, Paul. Don't swear. Feisty or tame?
Tame.
Wild types or morphs?
Wild types.
And then finally, a question that I've added just for this podcast. Paul's monitors or Matt MJH Exotics?
Is he in the chat?
Yeah, he is, but you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. I was just being a twat. Right. Everyone, I'm going to get to the comments in just a second, but don't forget our very own famous game of Paul's Monitors Bingo. Talk about the signed poster. My mate reads Tree Monitors, Venom, my bills are dumb high, Crocs, I'm selling up, Mango's not very nice. LEDs are the best, snake racks are bad. Okay, so we're just going to keep up with the chat, and then we're going to get into the guts of this podcast, but I will try my best to keep up with the chat. But like I say, if you want, my laptop's bugging out, if you want something actually specifically answered, sadly you've got to give me money. Fee's here now. Puffins are better. Okay, Fee's here. That's defo Pims. Okay,
it's not, it really is just Coke, mostly because I'm working tomorrow.
Matt, don't you dare. We all know who he picks. Well, I don't breed tree monitors, Matt, so I wonder who he picks. Anyway.
Who breeds tree monitors?
Oh, God's sake. Oh, mate. What's a puffin? I don't know if I can bring it up. A puffin is basically like a little bird that lives in cliffs by the sea. They have like orange and yellowy beaks.
They are really cool.
Yeah, I probably could bring one up, but it's probably easier for you to Google it. So sorry. But yeah, they're I don't know if are they just a UK native or they found anywhere else? I don't know. Someone fact check me and let me know.
Iceland. They're north.
Okay. Yeah, they're cool. Puffins are cool. They're we've got Hello, Andrew. How are you doing, my friend? Thank you very much for tuning in. Oh my God, we've got so many people today. This is so exciting. Hello, everyone. Hello, Amy. Thank you for stopping in. Um, Thank you for shouting out Fee as well. She always likes it when she's included. And there we go, Fee. Um, what's good, Serpentine? What's good, Ben? Oh my God, the chat is going crazy. What's good, Rick? Puffins are also found in Europe.
Oh,
Yeah, the ones with the raw fish in the mouth, that's puffins. Okay, anyway, I'm ignoring you all for a minute. Michael, would you like to let everyone know what you keep and how you got started into keeping reptiles?
yeah. So you want the long story?
You, mate, we're here all night. You talk as long as you like.
So I got into reptiles when I was 14, so 13, 14 years ago now. Um, really wanted one. My local pet shop, my pets at home, just got a reptile section, the usual bearded dragons, leopard geckos, crested geckos. I was really keen on getting one after years of asking for a hamster and was told no every birthday. My mum eventually said I could have a reptile. Um, we went into the shop and basically I could either pick a leopard gecko and a crested gecko, and they could be in my bedroom because they were smaller and cheaper. Or if I got a bearded dragon, it would have to be in the living room as like a family pet because it was more expensive. Yeah. Anyway, I got the beardy because it was the biggest reptile there was, and I
Nice.
thought, oh, this is cool. I actually used to make YouTube videos about him like years ago. I've privated them all now, but there is videos of me as a 13, 14-year-old kid holding my beardy up
Do you ever
in
watch
a
them
dirty
back,
bedroom.
like regularly?
Pardon?
Do you ever watch them back or not really?
No,
No.
no. I found them and I quickly privated them all. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Um, and then so I loved him. He was great. But then as a 14-year-old, you don't know exactly what you're doing. You try and do your best. Obviously finances and stuff. You kind of do what you can. Eventually, I bought a 4 foot bib for him for my Christmas one year, and then I got him moved up to my bedroom. And he was really cool. He he lived for a good few years, not a major amount of time, but he I don't know exactly what went wrong. And thinking back, probably a lot did, but back
Yeah.
then you didn't I didn't know.
No, it's a lot on the parents, and obviously the parents don't care. They're just doing it for you. So
Yeah.
it's a
And
hard
and to be
balance.
fair, I was one of the good ones. You hear these parents that buy their children anything. Like I'd asked for years. I had care sheets printed out. I would spend every waking minute looking up other species. Um, and most of which now I keep, which is crazy to think. But
Mm.
um, so that went on for a few years. He eventually passed away. I didn't keep any reptiles after that. We moved a few times. I went to college, things like that. I got my own flat. Here's thinking back now.
Joys of being old.
I know. I'm trying to think how long I've been here. 6, 8 years ago, something like that. So I kept a few fish tanks at home, and that's kind of like where my animal keeping kind of went to. I had a few fish tanks when I lived with my parents. Moved into a flat with a flatmate who was also fish obsessed. And we had a lot of fish tanks. Name a fish, I've probably kept it. It's
Mm.
Yeah. We worked in local fish shops, worked in that industry for a while. Kept a lot of fish. Had my 2 old vivs, so I ended up getting another bearded dragon and another leopard gecko. My landlord then was like, right, that's enough. I don't even think I was actually allowed the leopard gecko. Um, the bearded dragon was fine, and she was more than happy for us to have 15 fish tanks dotted around the house. But no, I like she hated snakes, so like a snake
Right.
was an absolute no. So I took that as a well, you can get another gecko then. When I asked if I could get another gecko, and she went, "You're not allowed a snake." So I took that
Simple
as a
enough.
you can have a gecko. Um, just I did a lot of fish tanks, and then just those 2 lizards for a long time. When I bought this house that I'm in now, I got my own fish room. Moved all the fish tanks in. That was great. Had the 2 lizards, and very quickly realized that as soon as I had the space and the ability, the fish tanks started dwindling, and the lizards started adding up again. So what did I go for? I got my pink tongue skinks next. They were my third. So I had Toothless, my bearded dragon, and Littlefoot, my leopard gecko. Then got my pink tongue skinks, my royal, and then my Akis.
When did you get the water dragons? Was that
The
before or
water
after?
dragon was around this time, and yeah, he was a hard story. He was one of those animals I'd loved and dreamed of for ages. And when it came up that he was available, I jumped on it and I tried my best. But anybody who's kept water dragons or kind of agamids, like bigger agamids, basilisks, sailfin dragons, that kind of things, knows that they're so bad for nose rubbing and nose bashing. So in the end, he just kept jumping at the glass. I made him this big viv. He had a pond. It was all like I tried to deck it out as best I could. Ended up having to cover the entire viv. Couldn't see him, and I think he just kind of went downhill from there. Obviously, when you've got a viv fully covered, you're not actually seeing the little niggly bits. And then I found him dead one day, unfortunately, and it was an eye opener. It was the first lizard first animal other than my first beardy, but like in this time of keeping reptiles, my first animal I'd lost. And that was also in the same time where I was just buying animals almost every couple of months. Like I got my pink tongues, I got my royal, I was like, I was going to swear there. What time are we on?
Oh, it's fine. We're fine.
I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go buy a crested gecko. I literally went online. We're going to speak about this later, but I went online, bought an enclosure, drove down to the pet shop, explained the enclosure that I'd ordered, but said I had. This was years ago. Don't do this. Bought the crested gecko, set it up in a temporary enclosure. We've
all done it, man. We've all done it.
It spiraled, and then it kind of. So then I took a step back, kind of reevaluated things, quickly realized I was going to run out of space. My reptile room's not that big. So kind of sat down, kind of thought about what I wanted to keep. And by this point, I had quite a good collection. So I was like, right, well, I'm happy for now. I knew I was going to get frilled dragons in the next year. I'd spoken to the guy I got my water dragon from. He ran a shop at the time, and he had a pair of frilled dragons that he was hoping to breed. So I was like kind of on the waiting list for those. So I was like, right, I'm happy. I'm going to leave this. I just got my Akis at that point, so I was happy with where I was at. And then I went for about a year where the only animal I got was the pair of frilled dragons. He ended up getting unwell, and I just needed to move on his adults. So I got the adult pair that I was going to get the babies from eventually. So they were the only ones I got that year, and then it just slowly, like, I've kind of slowed down quite a lot since then. Recent years, I've got my Leachianus gecko, my young pair of mountain horn dragons, and I'm trying to think. And then recently my Kimberley rock monitors, which they were they were something else.
Yeah. So before we go too crazy into that, because obviously I know you and we've spoken quite a lot. To be fair, we've got to know each other really well in 6 months?
Just over.
Yeah. Like I say, you've actually stayed at my house. Not even
Fed
Matt's
mango.
done that. Yeah, fed mango. Matt has done that though. So when you were 14, 15 and you were getting your reptiles, maybe even slightly before, you created these lists.
Yeah.
So you had obtainable dream species.
So those were no. So when I was younger, like 14, 15, and I just had my bearded dragon, I had a list of 4.
Okay.
And this was the 4 animals that I pictured in my room, my childhood bedroom, that I was going to have my bearded dragon on the bottom, and then these animals on top, and that was the collection I wanted.
And what was the 4?
My parents had other ideas,
right?
But these animals stuck with me, and these were Australian water dragon, which I've kept and wouldn't keep again. I love the species, but unless I could put them outside, I wouldn't do it. Frilled dragons, which I love my pair. They're fantastic. Kimberley rock monitors, which I've just recently acquired, and then green or plumed basilisk.
Mm-hmm.
They were the fourth. They kind of fall into the category with the water dragons, though. I don't, as much as I love them, I don't think I would keep them. Just because of I know the needs they need, and the amount of space that they actually, the space you can keep them in and the space they require to not bash their faces in are
Yeah,
two different things,
things.
and I can't
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
them. So when I was going through the spiraling phase a couple of years ago, when I was kind of building things in my room and things were getting a bit out of hand, I kind of sat down and I was like, right, what animals do I actually want to keep? So obviously those four were the first on the list. I had the water dragon. I didn't have the frilled dragons at this point. I definitely didn't have the Kimberleys. So I made a list of kind of animals that were in my head that I wanted: Uromastyx, collared lizards, Leachianus, Kimberley rock monitors, Aki monitors. I don't think Akis were on that. Don't think I had my Akis at this point, but they were on the list. Just like all these animals that I really like the look of, and I've been wanting for a few years. And those were like my obtainable. So like the kind of ones that, yeah, in the next 5 years, I want to own the majority of these animals. A few of them I've ticked off that I keep now. Aki's, Kimberley's fluttered between the two, but Kimberley's, Leachy's. There was another one. Frill dragons. So like a few of them I've ticked off. I then made a kind of list that was like one day. So it was like those were the obtainable, like in the next 5 years. And then I made this like one day list. Like one day I'm going to own at least some of these. It might be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And they were stuff like pretty much anybody can relate: monkey tail skinks, green tree monitors, Shiniosaurus.
You had Williamsi. Was that
Yeah, they fluttered between the two as well because they were a dream animal, but something that could be obtainable, same as the Kimberleys, really. So they kind of flitted between the two of the lists, between obtainable and dream. And Fiji banded iguanas. And then I had tegu in it as well because I love tegus, but then I took tegus out and added caiman lizards because like if I'm dedicating the space, I think I'd rather a caiman lizard. I flip between those two as well, though. I think a tegu would be really cool.
Matt surprised Fiji's?
Like, and I think it was a bit naive where I was just like, Nathan's my old flatmate, that we had all the fish tanks. Albus tried to crash the phone a few times and he's been sent out. If Albus is my cat.
Wait. I'll stop you here. I'll pay. How much money are you paying to get Albus in? Anyway, carry on. So Fiji bandits, yeah, and then they were the dream one day, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like that kind of naivety where you're just like, I was listing off pretty much any animal that had a wow factor or like kind of people would like or people would want. And like I'm quite bad for that sometimes where I see like an animal and I go, oh, that's cool. Like, and people, when people want it, you want it as well. And I think people kind of fall into that as well. But the two for me from that were monkey tail skinks and Persinus. And were the two that were just like, one day I want both of these, but like those were the kind of top tier. But both of which I kind of deemed as not possible in the next 5-10 years. Whereas my obtainable list was, which is what I was.
And then you met me.
And then I met Matt.
Yeah, who's got both. He's got monkey tails and Persinus and has Fijis. So
he does.
Yeah, I've also agreed that your cat's coming on at the end, so I get a tenner. But we want cash in hand first, Nathan. Otherwise, we've got no deal. All right?
Or a super chat.
Yeah, but that super chat be fine. I can message my bank details. So you made these lists when how old?
So the four kind of the four that I wanted, like Frill Dragons, Kimberley stuff, 14. These ones a few years ago, so 25. Like,
oh, okay. For some reason I thought you made them when you were younger, but
no, it was basically after I moved into my house, which was 4 years ago, and after I kind of started going down the spiral of I'm buying far too much, I need to slow down, which would have been about 3 years ago.
Okay. Okay. I see.
But
Um.
the dream, like the animals that have always been in the back of my head, was 14, like the Kimberleys, the frill dragons, the water dragon, that kind of stuff.
So let's talk about then your most recent purchase. What was it for you at 14 that attracted you to Varanus Glaudi?
It's hard because they didn't fit any of the bills of my. So like I had my Beardy, and like you think bearded dragon, then you go like frill dragon, Australian water dragon, green basilisk. They all kind of fit that kind of agamid, semi-arboreal, except the beardy somewhat tropical kind of vibe.
Mm.
And then it was just something about Kimberley's. I liked that they were roughly the same size. Like I've got the kind of size in my head of lizard I like. And that's the kind of bearded dragon, maybe slightly bigger than bearded
Two
dragon.
2 foot mark, yeah.
Yeah. And they kind of fit that mark. They also were arboreal, and that's something that I really enjoyed. I like seeing the height. And yeah, it just was one of these things that when you look at like monitors and stuff, it's just something that always stuck. Do you know, it's
You
hard to
haven't got to tell me,
explain.
my friend.
Well,
You
yeah,
haven't got to tell me. You're preaching to the converted. But yeah.
yeah, they're so cool. And see, since owning them,
Oh, Nathan, you absolute legend.
that's not a tenner. You're a penny short.
He's gonna give the penny when we see the cat. Oh, you're playing a hard bargain, Nathan. All jokes aside, though, thank you very much. I'm gonna do my best to get you a cat. All right. I'll
He's
try.
sleeping over there. He's on the sofa.
We'll do our best. So how are expectations in comparison to reality of now owning this animal you've put on such a high pedestal? How is it?
Everything I expected and more.
Good.
So I own 15, and not including babies, 15 individual reptiles from, I worked this out.
You got it written down before.
I did. 7 species.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. 2 seconds. I've got it written on my notes because I was like, this is something that's going to come up. This is not an updated one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We can just go for it now. Royal.
So it's on this phone. That's why I can't find it. So bearded dragon, leopard gecko, pink tongue skinks, crested gecko, royal python, akis, frill dragons,
Kim's.
Leachianus, mountain horn dragons, Leachianus.
10.
10. Because 10. Of that, there's a few pairs. Yeah, well, so I own 10 species. Let's say
that's
10 species of reptile.
Yeah.
There is 2 that I just can't get enough of, and when I see them, I get excited, and I could just watch them for hours. And that's my frill dragons and my Kimberleys.
Which I find crazy because they're the ones that 14-year-old you, 13, 14 years ago, was enamored with.
Yeah.
And now, because it's not often you speak to reptile people. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I have my, I saw a green tree in a magazine and it was incredible. Like, you had these animals like envisioned, and you were like, right, I'm researching the hell out of them. Whereas I was like, oh, green trees are cool until I got older. Like, what is it about you and your keeping that you think made you so obsessed with just, for example, like I can't remember obsessing over a particular species. I was like, oh wow, reptiles.
I can picture it now, and I can only picture the folder now because I now have it upstairs. It's not got the care sheets, but it's got like my certificates and stuff in it. I had this green folder with Polly Pockets, and I remember using all the ink in the printer and printing out care sheets for those 4 species.
Yeah, all the ink in the printer, showing our age.
Yeah,
90s kids, baby.
And that was just, and I remember sat in my dining room with this folder, and it just had all these. I was like, one day I'm going to own all 4 of these species.
It's kind of mad though, because like I say, I'd love to sit here and go, yeah, I knew one day mangrove monitors would be my thing, or I knew one day green trees would be my thing, but I'd just be lying. So the fact that
it's so interesting as well because I own some really cool species, like my mountain horn dragons are they're I say mountain horn dragons. They're not capras, which is what you'd associate with mountain horn dragons. They're lepidopterus.
Have you got a picture on your Instagram?
Yeah, somewhere.
I'll find it. You keep talking. I'll find it.
So they're a really cool species, and they're really uncommon. I may have one of only a few individual captive bred in the UK. Most of them are wild caught imports or long-term captive. From the guy I got them from, he deems that the ones he bred were the only ones bred in the UK, and he only had 5 babies, and I've got 2 from 2 separate females. He had 3 from one female, 2 from another female. So, like, they are a really rare, in the UK at least, really interesting species. And I enjoy them. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy all my animals, and I really enjoy like kind of messing around with them and stuff. And they're in a paludarium. I love fish. I love water, so it really works with my style of keeping. But just in comparison to the Kimberleys and the frill dragons, it's you just get this different vibe with them, and it's exciting.
I can't find a picture. Is this the Viv?
That's the Viv.
Yeah.
Go on to. I posted it.
I don't know. Oh no, it's right next to it. Oh, poor
yeah,
idiot.
there you go.
I skimmed straight past it. Boring brown lizard. They are cool. That's the female, male.
I couldn't. They're. You can only really tell the male when he's fired up, and they're still relatively young. So it's a suspected young pair. It's not confirmed.
They are cool. Like, we talk about it all the time in the group chat. Like little browny greeny forest lizards, the Anolis groups, these sort of things, the Abronia types. They are a very cool, underrated lizard, especially because they're brown. Obviously, I was joking, but like they are very, very cool.
And I think with those as well, so I didn't seek these out. I think that's the thing, that these are the only species that I currently keep that aren't on my list of like kind of potential keeping. And the only reason I got them was because I breed pink tongue skinks. I had leftover babies, and I couldn't move on, and somebody offered me a trade. And my understanding of mountain horn dragons was that they like it cooler. My room gets.
Thanks, Daniel. He's topped us up. Well, looks like we're seeing a cat, guys. Appreciate the support.
I said I'd bring out an animal, so okay. My understanding of mountain horn dragons and that kind of rainforesty type smaller agamids was that they like it cooler, and I just wrote off my room because it gets quite warm. And then the guy messaged me. He's like, "Oh, are you interested?" I was like, "Yes, but I don't think it would work." And he's like, "No, like these guys like it slightly warmer." And there was a level of bullshit. Like, I'm not that gullible. Like, he wanted to move them on. He wanted pink tongues, and it got to the point where I was like, they're not on my list, but they are pretty cool. And right, so I was like, right, let's go for it. So
do you think it was a rarity as well that allured you in, or do you think it was just because you were like, they're cool?
I think it, and it's a shame, but I think it was because it didn't cost me anything. I was like, let's give this a go. If I got them and they went downhill, I would have moved them on relatively quickly. Which is not something I do. But
yeah.
If it really didn't work, I would have moved out of the room. Probably sent them to Nathan's house, and then. But
see, leopard geckos are cool to keep. I have three geckos, 3 monitors, a fish tank, 2 cats. One is an F5 Savannah cat. Bit up your street. The amount of exotic mammals Michael sends me on a regular is obscene. Amy also has, which I'm very jealous about. So Toad, you know what Toad's like? My peach throat.
Yeah.
When she's out of the Viv.
Yeah.
That's what Amy's peach throat is like in the Viv.
Nice.
Smaller than Toad as well. Jealous. So yeah, you got the mountain horn dragons. You didn't want the mountain horn dragons. You got the mountain horn dragons. You now love the mountain horn dragons.
Yeah, I do. I really enjoy them. They obviously don't give me this kind of. It's almost like a butterfly feeling. It does. They don't give me the excitement that I get with when I got the Kimberleys, but they are very cool. And I
Talk
don't
me through it then, because you got them couriered from me. They weren't my Kimberleys. We did a group project together. We brought 4 Kimberleys. The what dragon? Was I talking fast, or you didn't know? Mountain horned dragon. I wasn't saying that to be a twat fee. I'm just trying to pronunciate. So we went in halves, 50-50
Yeah.
on four baby Kimberleys. 2 from each female. We're going to swap them over. Sadly, I run into financial turmoil, so I picked you the 2 nice ones, 1 from each. Boxed them up. How long did I have them for? What, 3 months maybe? Was it longer? Less? I don't know. I forget.
You got them relatively young.
I got them 5-ish weeks old.
Yeah,
I got
so you
them
got them end of February. So
yeah,
between 2
2 and
and
a
3
bit.
months.
Yeah. So I had them 2 or 3 months. You obviously saw them when you came down,
Yeah.
and you said to me, seeing them in person at my house is nothing in comparison to the day that they turned up. So like,
Yeah.
take me through, because obviously this is an animal that you've dreamed of like
I think
over half your life.
I'm quite a realist, and I struggle to get excited about things until I know they're 100% happening.
I'm
So
the
to
same because I
me,
just get let down. Yeah.
yeah. So to me, I wasn't actually. I paid the money. I seen you pick them up. I seen them at
You've
your
seen them in
house.
person. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They were not real to me until I had them in my hand.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't. And then as soon as I had them in my hand, um, it was hard because I got them delivered on my lunch break at work. I ran home, got them from the courier, and had to take an early lunch break. Threw them in the Viv I set up, closed the
You were like,
doors, made sure
I
there
don't
was.
want to go back to work. You're messaging me and
Yeah,
Matt. You're like, I
but
don't want to go
the
back to
lights
work.
were off. The lights
Yeah.
were off, so I couldn't even see them, and I had to go to work, come back, get my daughter ready for bed, all the rest of it, and then eventually sit down and watch them. And it's only in the last couple of weeks, like they've really started to come out, and like they come up to the front of the glass, and they're just kind of like peeking and
The
kind of,
head twitch. Yeah.
yeah, they're just,
So sick.
and they jump
Yeah.
between like
They do.
bits
Yeah.
of wood. I've got like the whole background's like covered in bits of wood and rock and stuff, and they actually leap, and it's
The Pilbarensis used to do that, which was really cool. But other than that, I've seen it I saw it when I had them here. The guy that got my other ones, he got both of them. He's got one of them because obviously he took one a month before the other. He's got both
yeah.
now, but he's got the one he took first coming up his arm for food already. Like doing
I would not
amazing.
trust them. They would be gone.
They're
They are
so
so
fast.
little and they're so quick.
Yeah,
I slide the glass open, throw food in, slide it back.
yeah, they are quick. Like
Like
we
I
had one
do.
escape. Like Fee was like one of the Kim's out, and thankfully not one of yours. Like literally, I sold one. Obviously, I had your 2. I literally wrote on the Viv like not for sale. Also, 25 people. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Yo,
Yeah, so I've literally wrote on the Viv like not for sale. So if people did come in and be like, "Oh, what about these 2?" I'll be like, "No, they're not for sale." Anyway, when one of them went, for some reason, even though yours were being picked up in like 4 days, I had this horrible anxiety. Raised them for 3 months, no issues. For 4 days, I was like, "Oh my god, they're gonna die. They're gonna die. They're just gonna die. Something's gonna go wrong." And obviously, it didn't. But how are they growing? Are they because it's hard to tell when you see an animal more or less every day. But
yeah, I don't know. Um, I think if I looked back at pictures, I would think so. But it's like I'll sit and watch them and stuff. They're kind of in the middle of a stack, so I'm not like on the floor watching them, but I'm not standing up watching them. So it's kind of not the most comfortable place to sit and kind of observe them for long periods of time. But when it's just when you turn around, see we're not friends anymore, Matt. You can keep your green trees.
what? I thought you she likes orange, but do you remember the Pilbara? We had Pilbaras. Matt had Pilbaras. Yeah, so the guy that got mine, the babies, when he came to collect the other one, he was like, "Oh my god, it's so small." So that's why I asked if it's grown, because obviously he's seen his every day. Obviously, probably not realize it's grown.
I've been doing a similar thing to you where I've just kind of had food in the Viv as much as possible, letting them eat, letting them hunt. They're just they make me happy. Like see when I walk into my room and I
So
just see
nice
them at
to
the front of
hear.
the glass and they're just kind of watching me and
Yeah,
they make me
they
smile
like
and
do
then
this, and then they like Like what
Yeah,
you do, like the head sways is so cool with them. Yeah,
they're they are they're
spectacular. Now we're
they're
gonna
very
just fast forward a couple of years in time now, right? I don't know how long this is gonna be, but we're gonna fast forward to say 2 years time. Let's just say the courier arrives, and you either have a Paul's Monitors or a Matt MJH Exotics Prasinus. Do you think it beats the Kimberleys?
I don't know. I think in that moment it will,
Yeah.
in the sense of I think everybody's in agreement that I'm in agreement that things kind of start becoming stagnant or start becoming part of the furniture. Like I do believe that that's a true like people get comfortable with what they've got.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But at the same point, um, like hands down, I've had my frill dragons for years now, a couple of years now, and they still are one of the coolest animals in my room. So once you know a species, or once you get that true dream animals, they stick with you. But I
It's
think in that
interesting.
moment, I
Go on,
think
go on.
in that moment, there's nothing's going to be cooler than the Persinus.
Have you seen a baby in person?
Kada was probably
Yeah, she was big. Honestly, you can't even fathom. Like, I bet you a Prasinus, when you get it, will be the same size as, obviously a bit chunkier and a little bit longer, but it'll be the same size. When I got Kada, I bet you it's the same size as your Kims are now.
And I think that was my worry with the Kims, was that we got the four that we'd went halves on relatively young, and I was like, oh man, like other than my wardrobe, I was like I had nothing die on me, but just like oh man, like that scared me. Um, Also the most amount of money I've put down on animals.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
It is. So like when you were saying about I'm also searching for a baby green tree right now, so that's why I'm sort of looking intently. But the
Matt
only
sends us
animal,
lots of photos.
oh god, I'm searching some random plumber. Um I'm trying to search Matt and I've just clicked on MJ Plumbing. I don't even follow MJ Plumbing. Anyway, um the only animal I have that sort of gets me going, like you're saying your Frillies and Kim does, um is mango. Like it's not the mangroves, it's just mango. Um, so yeah, I every time I get mango out and I interact with mango, I am literally like I'm so enamored and so in love. Um, but when I don't know when I adore my tree monitors. I'm so in love with my tree monitors, but they don't give me the same. It's close, but they don't give me the same
I
as my.
got no. See when I fed Kermit, I just remember thinking, no, this is it. Like
Yeah,
this is what I want.
and he's no like we'll speak about it anyway. But if you end up coming down around the time of IHS, um, you've seen how Kermit is now in comparison to like when you were down last. Like he's a different lizard. Like he comes right out now. Whereas before
Yeah.
he obviously came out onto you. Did you post a video? I'll get rid of
A
this and you can have
couple.
a look.
I posted
Yeah.
two with very cheesy music saying I was going to steal them. Yeah.
Yeah. So Kermit, I was working quite hard with Kermit because I knew you really wanted to feed a tree monitor. So I was working quite hard with Kermit to try and get him to at least come onto a hand comfortably because I don't really care too much for stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but I just don't have the time to be repetitively doing it. So I made sure I was doing it like every day, feeding Kermit and doing it just so you could experience something like this, if I can bring it up. And Jesus Christ, man, my laptop today is not playing ball. But how was it finally interact? Was this the first time you interacted with a Prasinus?
Yeah.
How
I fed tigers, right? That was cooler.
you fed tigers and coming to my house was the best.
Like I just remember looking at him going, and I am having this lizard. Like I am
Yeah, you're nicking my other one anyway.
Oh,
You didn't
once
get
Matt's done with him.
the podcast was still down low when you came over. Look at that lizard. It's Kermit boy. He's a big boy though. Obviously, you were underwhelmed with the size. You thought he'd be bigger.
I did actually. Only seeing them in zoos and not the best examples of Prasinus in zoos. I thought he was going to be bigger. But then I had it. Yeah, I don't know. I think because you kept going on about how he was such a big
He's a big
that
Prasinus.
lizard. That lizard surprised me.
This one's just for Amy. So this is Toad. If you're down for IHS, what's Matt saying? If you're down for IHS, you can come feed my mare Macrae. Had a baby white
The
throat.
blue.
Will Exotic in chat. Yo, Will Exotic. 24 people. Hit that like button. I had a baby white throat monitor and his name was Kada. Sadly passed away. That's really sad to hear. I'm really sorry for your loss, Amy. It sucks when animals pass. I have only had a couple pass, thankfully. But it's also... this isn't helping my feeling for green trees. Wow, the chat's going crazy for the green trees now.
I just need Matt to hurry up and do what he needs to do because yeah.
But yeah. So we're sort of on the subject then, obviously. Coming to mind, playing with my lizards.
Yeah.
What surprised you? What didn't surprise you? Because people tuning in, obviously, they know what I keep. No one's really had, other than yourself and Matt, no one's really had the pleasure of coming to Paul's monitors. So what surprised you? What didn't surprise you? What did you think was rubbish? What did you think was cool?
So I don't have like nobody local to me that I know keeps reptiles. Or at least doesn't keep more than a crested gecko, for example. So that your collection was the first reptile collection that I'd visited out with my own room. And I've got a few bigger vivs, but I've got nothing deeper than 2.5 feet, and I've got nothing longer than 4 feet. So for me, those were big vivs. Walking into your room and seeing, to be fair, you're 6 by 3 by 3. Yeah. Really, it was like, oh man, like that's big.
Yeah.
And then one of my big vivs is a 4 by 2 by 4. And in my room, it looks quite big. And you just had a wall of them. Yeah. Just stacked.
You literally were like, it's like a pet shop.
Yeah. Like it was really cool. Controversial. Mango didn't do it for me.
She's a lot smaller than you think, isn't she?
Yeah, like I thought she was going to be this giant demon lizard.
Monster. Yeah, she's not. She's tiny. A few people have been over. One of the Patreons actually, Miko the Aki, was a lady that came to mine to buy an Aki. And she'd been, unbeknownst to me, been following me for a while. And she was like, "Oh, do you mind if I see your stuff?" I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." And she was like, "Oh, where's Mango? Where's Mango?" Obviously looking around to expecting to see this like 8-foot lizard. And this little 2-foot lizard's like, sup.
Yeah.
But yeah. He's firing shots left, right, and center. He is, Matt. Why have I even invited him on the podcast to come in here and insult my goddamn mangrove? Anyway.
Mac's bloody huge.
Yeah, Mac's massive.
I never uploaded it to Instagram. I've got a photo of Mac on my shoulder. I was like, my Akis are really small. My Akis are 3.5 years old now. And they're small. Like Mac is a big lizard, like a big Aki. So he really surprised me. I was excited to see the Gillinai, and then I knew you weren't having a good time with them and weren't loving them as much. Yeah. And then I kind of talked myself down from Gillinai. Seeing them in person, they were cool.
I'm in a good place for them. Don't get me wrong, they're probably going to get sold. If you're interested in some Gillinai, message 27 people. That's a good point. If you're interested in some Gillinai, message Paul's monitors. I'm enjoying the Gillinai more than I'm enjoying Kim's. if I'm honest. My Kims have, since I put a nest box in there, my Kims don't really leave it. My Kims were everywhere. Then I put a nest box in there, and that's it. They live in the nest box. The Gillanai, you don't see anything. You open the door, and then just 4 little velociraptors just come out of nowhere, which is very cool. Very cool.
Like I really liked them, which was interesting because I was really excited to see the Kimberleys. And obviously at the time you had 6.
I did have 6
which,
Kimberleys. Mad.
Two of which were mine. Like I'd paid for them. They were, and I didn't like. Don't get me wrong. I was really excited and I took loads of photos. I was like, this is really cool. But I didn't have the feeling, like I said before, I didn't have the feeling that I had when I got them in hand.
Yeah.
So they were possibly a little underwhelming, more than like exciting. Kermit, at first, like as soon as I seen him, I was like, "Is that it?" As in, like size wise, I was like, because for me, I always think green trees are quite a big lizard, or like a bigger lizard. Like
don't get me wrong, they'll get bigger than Kermit, but Kermit's like, right up there with the best of them.
Yeah, so like I always thought like a green tree was going to be like, can you hear that? No, it's fine. Somebody's doing shit outside.
That's fine. Don't worry, it's fine.
So like I always thought like a green tree monitor, he's going to be like, when I get one eventually, it's going to be like the biggest lizard in my room. It's going to be kind of like slightly bigger than my frilled dragons, for example. That, and then when I seen him, I was like, wow, he is green. Like, he's stunning.
You didn't really see Cada, which is annoying because Cada's more green than him.
I seen just like a glance, a glimmer of Cada, but
correct. Kermit probably looks bigger because Paul's only 5 foot.
but then you were, because you obviously, we speak a lot, and you were like, yeah, like Kermit's up there. Kermit's like a good size Persinus. So I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting like Matt's McCrae, like that kind of size.
Yeah, no way. Yeah.
But like for me, like my perspective of what a Persinus was going to be.
Yeah, of course, yeah, because I've been playing with them for 3 or 4 years, so it's second nature to me.
But since meeting Kermit, I've got more excited because they are probably more around my kind of size of animal. Like, and then my enclosure that I want to eventually put them in and stuff. Like, it makes more sense now because they're a better size and I feel a bit better for it. So it's a good thing, but also like I kind of like, oh right, he's not this giant green lizard.
And then Toad, the star of the show.
So yeah, Jobiensis, like
29 people now, Will. Sorry to cut you short, Michael, but 29. I've never had 29 people in chat. This is what happens. People want to listen to a Scotsman talk about Kimberleys. But yeah, anyway, Toad, you weren't. I'm currently bleeding everywhere as well.
Like you send lots of videos. I've seen lots of photos. I was like, yeah, that's a nice lizard. Like I've seen pictures of Jobiensis that doesn't, But when I held him in hand, held her in hand. Oh wow, what a lizard!
30 people.
She is.
She's stunning, isn't she? She literally is like the most colourful animal. Like,
and it was almost something tranquil about holding her as well, because you're like, this animal could take off. Like I was in the I was in the barricade. Like we but yeah. Sorry, my dog's drinking his water. He's being noisy. But
she's so calm, but like you say, if she wanted to, she would just be gone. Like gone. Because she is fast.
And I think that's like when you're holding an animal that possesses like that speed, and that she's letting you hold her.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Riddler. I appreciate you, my friend. Oh God, it's disappeared. But there we go. I'm lagging hard. I don't know about you, but much love. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen, very much. So coming away from mine, what did you think about in comparison to like how can I word this? Again, reality comparison to like. Thank you. I'm currently bleeding quite a lot, so I've got feed to save me. But what did you think in comparison to reality? Because obviously pictures and videos are different. But I'm not talking about like saying, "Oh, this is great" or "That's great." Like, did it make you fall more in love with monitors, or were you just like, "I'm still happy with what I've got"? Like, where did your brain go?
I think you really start to like what other people like that you surround yourself with, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I've kind of felt that whole weekend was just a monitor fest. Like that whole weekend was really enjoyable, but getting to speak to a lot of monitor keepers and stuff, it kind of in general just made me enjoy that group of animals more, and wanted to get more of them as well. Which is something that obviously I'd been feeling quite strongly about since speaking to you, since the end of last year. So um, it kind of put it into reality a bit that green trees were a possibility, and it kind of got me more excited about that again as well. If Wogs ever does decide to do a job um, one day, but
That's probably a good transition actually, because you're like what I like to call as a purist. You
as
like
much as I can be,
you like the localities. Um, so me and Mr. Matthew, we have potentially the only pair of pure Marukis in the entire country, which we're trying to breed. And obviously, for those of you that don't know, my Maruki is potentially the nicest Prasinus in the whole country, if I say so myself. Um, so obviously, you want, understandably, one of those. But even with
yeah.
your Legianus, you like the pures, you don't like the crosses.
I I think crosses have got a place. I've got a friend of mine who breeds Leachianus. He says the best geckos he's bred are crosses, like best pet quality, like the ones that make the best pets that go to people that just have one Leachy and they take them out and they're like the most healthiest and like he swears by his crosses and he believes that eventually they're all going to be crosses anyway. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, like I like things the way they are. I like things to try and be kept as close to what it should be almost. Purist, yeah, is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, I obviously
Don't
know
get
you're
me
not a
wrong,
purist, but
I love Persinus. If I end up with a oh, what is it that he breeds? They're 50-50, aren't they?
yeah,
Yeah,
Maruki Sarong.
yeah.
I'll be
Like if
completely
I,
honest, Kada is
hmm
arguably, again, her patterns, her demeanor, her just her coloration, she's out of this world. She's nicer than Kermit, I think.
yeah, and it's that. I just I like adding layers to my hobby. I like different. So like it's hard to explain, but like rather than saying, "Oh yeah, I've got a Persinus," I would like to say I've got a Maruki Persinus, or Persinus from Maruki. Um,
Like
so it's
um hey, I've lost it. Carry on.
um the lychees are the same. I think with the lychees it's slightly different because your localities have got so much different variables, variety.
hmm Matt says I'm with you, Michael. Generally, if you can keep locales
Yeah.
specific.
Um,
The problem is though, obviously, with let's just say stuff like Marukis. Let's just say, am I lagging or am I all right?
you're
It
okay on
seems
my screen.
okay. If I'm lagging, can anyone let me know, please? Um, for example, let's just say mango or toad.
Yeah.
Jobiensis indicus, very rare. these ones that have just come in are different islands to Mango. So if I want to cross Mango, I can't cross the same island unless I can steal a male, which doesn't look like I can steal. Same as Toad, unless I can steal a male, which doesn't look like I can steal. I've got to hybridize. But then
Yeah.
for me, for example, let's just say I'm all good. Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Let's just say I steal the male for Mango, breed them. Then them babies are the only ones. To keep
Yeah.
pure, you have to inbreed.
Yeah.
And for me, I would rather outbreed.
I
But
think that's
if there's enough of a gene pool, then of course try and keep it the same. But if there's not, then yeah.
and I think that's where you start getting like that's where I think like things like carpet pythons, for example, where people are breeding almost subspecies rather than localities and stuff like that. I don't feel it's needed. Leeches, like I say, there's such a big difference in the species, like the localities as well. Like I keep Nuana, which are a small locality that's got high pink. Matt keeps giant leeches that are jet black.
Matt's got like 50 different ones.
Yeah, so both leeches, both like on paper, no different, very different animals. So for me, I would rather keep that because if I'm selling to someone eventually, or somebody's looking to buy a lychee and they're like, oh, I don't have so much space, well, then you wouldn't be selling them something that's going to be huge and you're going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know
Whereas
exactly what you mean.
I
There's a
think,
place for every little niche, but if you
yeah,
cross, you can't guarantee that the baby's going to be X inch. It could be up to the same size as the dad.
I think if I was in your position with Toad and Mango, it would drive me absolutely insane not being able to get the correct males to go with those females.
Yeah, I just can't be fussy.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yeah.
But like you say, next generation, what's going to happen? It would be like with the Marukis as well.
Yeah.
Like my hope would one day, if everything aligns up, I'd like a baby from each of Matt's females. But then that's already crossing it enough that I wouldn't feel comfortable crossing anymore after my generation.
No, I'm very grateful that me and Matt are the ones spear pointing it because we have the fresh blood.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful for that. And obviously there was a bit of a I won't air our dirty laundry out on here, but I'm proud to say I'm going to be between us. We're going to keep this. Got the cat. £10.
It's the wrong cat. It's the wrong cat.
That's got to be worth at least £5. Where's he gone? But yeah, I'm very proud to say that between me and Matt, hopefully nothing happening yet, but over the next few years, hopefully one of us, wherever the project may go, one of us will be producing some. Between us, it would be both of us, but depending who has what. But I think there's also a good thing about having friends in the hobby, you know, like people you can trust. And so, come on, Nathan, cough up the penny, even though it's the wrong cat.
Wrong
it's
cat.
Like good thing. Like for example, let's say me and Matt never met. Like this Maruki project may never have happened, you know, and because we don't know the trajectory that myself or Matt would have been on. I could have just had, you know, there's so many different ifs, buts, maybes.
Okay.
So it's good to have a little network in amongst the hobby because you can sort of. I'd quite like another shipment of Marukis. To be honest, if another shipment of Marukis did come in, I think you and I would have to, mainly you because you're richer than me, but I think you and I would have to go into debt and get a few babies because I think it would be invaluable for us.
And I think, but then that's all it would take. Do you know what I mean? Like a shipment comes in, a couple more babies, wild caught, because that's all that's going to come. And then, right, Odin, come on now. And then that's you for another couple of generations.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
It's not knowing. It's hard to know. I remember like we discussed a lot about how things would work out and who was going to end up with what, etc., etc. And it crossed my mind, well, what about if I go down the sarong route instead? And for me, it would almost be, it would fit my character more to buy pure sarongs than it would be to buy crosses. Although, arguably, crosses, like you say, would be nicer, and I would be able to get them from babies because they're available. But it's just
Yeah.
that kind of deciding. And I know you know exactly what went on in my head because I hummed and had and debated it a lot for a long time. But I would rather try and keep things. Um, that is some pair. I'd rather keep things as close to pure as we can for as long as possible because one day it's not going to be.
Oh no, exactly. I have kept this question on the screen because I did want to touch on it because we both keep, so we can both comment on it. Is it true? Obviously, you've had Akis from babies, so I'm going to ask you to remember back.
Yeah.
But is it true that Kimberleys act more monitor than an Aki?
From my limited experience with Kimberly's, there is more going on in that head.
That's interesting. You say that.
Like they are like almost like meerkats, just the way they're
That's a good way to put it. To be fair.
like they are though. He'll like one in particular will just sit at the front of the glass and just examine the entire room. And don't get me wrong, like my Akis, I used like when they were younger, I used like Kong feeders and stuff, and they would work it out. They were clever, but like a Kimberly's just almost next level. And then you have to wonder, well, it's hard because you don't know how long some of these things have been generation wise, but Akis are definitely a lot farther on in captivity because they're
Oh,
bred
of
so
course.
regularly and so
Yeah,
young and
yeah,
all the rest of it.
yeah, for sure.
Um, but
We haven't spoke on anyway. Let's stop dreaming over Matt's Instagram. Um,
just creeping through.
so I prefer Akis. That doesn't answer the question. So are they more monitor? I guess I need to understand what you think is more monitor. But let's put it this way: if someone said to me, "Here's $5,000, you have to sell either your Kimberleys or your Akis." Obviously, neither of which are worth that, as well as the Akis are a lot less in value. A pair of Akis isn't even close to the value of a pair of Kims. I would sell my Kims over my Akis. And that's not just because of the emotional attachment I have. I generally think Akis are, for me, better. Um, in my experience, they're more active, they're more social, they've got just the same food drive. Um, I prefer the look of a Kimberly, 100%. I think Kimberleys are one of the, if not the nicest Audatria, like full stop. Like glowered eye are the one of the stunning animals on this planet. But I think just for me, I think Akis are, I think they are underrated, even though they're so popular and so overbred. I don't think people give them enough credit for like how much. I think Akis are more terrestrial Kim. I think Akis are so much more terrestrial than Kims. Yeah, I agree. My Akis hard decline, but my Kims don't really spend much time on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
And
guess
they're built different. They are a different monitor.
yeah, they fill a different ecological niche. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But I think just from that kind of, you know, when people say they look at big monitors and they say that they can see in their eyes and they can see that things are getting worked out.
Mm.
I see that more with my Kims than I do with my Akis. But then at the same point, I've not had my Kims for too long, so it's
Yeah, I think Matt's fair point. That's sort of along the lines of what I was saying. Though they're more traditional. When you think of a quintessential monitor, you don't think of an Aki. An Aki looks
no.
more Agama-esque, just because they're a bit more bulky. They've got the spiky tail. Um, a beautiful lizard like the peach throat. Why the name Toad? Just curious. It feeds in chat because you asked me this, Michael, and apparently it's not after Mario character. I don't know. We were just thinking of random names, and Fee was just like Toad, and I was like, I love it. And then when we eventually get a male, we're gonna call it Frog, I think. So we're gonna have Toad and Frog. So yeah. My trying to get me to swear, Gary. I've been good. My Aki pair cost a mother. I don't even know how much I paid for my pair. I swapped my female for a red tegu, and I paid 150 quid for Mac. So there you go. I originally wanted a mangrove, then my wife didn't, so I got Sid. Yeah, and you've got a sick enclosure for him as well. So let's get on to no, go on, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's like for most in the UK at least, if you want a monitor and you're a reasonably sensible person that aren't going to go get a Bosk or a Nile, you're going to get an Aki.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
the rest are just like price wise, there isn't a comparison. You could go, all right, well, Kimberleys are cool, they are slightly different, or Gill and I or Kingorum are smaller, they would fit better into my lifestyle or the space I've got available. But the chances are you're going to end up with an Aki.
And even then, King Gorum, Kim's, Gill and I, they're 3, 4, 5 times the cost of an Aki.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. It's a lot of difference.
It is. And I think that was like one of the main reasons why I got Akis was I wanted a monitor. Like I was like, right, I want a monitor. Like that you hear a lot of stories about them and how intelligent they are and like what you can do with them and stuff. And I was like, right, I really want a monitor. I did a lot of research, found a lot of videos and stuff. Turned out a lot of the I did a lot of research on Timor monitors back in the day. Didn't know particularly, but then it came down to like, well, Aki's pretty much the only one that's available, so it's just what's going to have to be.
It's annoying because I said this to Fee the other day. I didn't say that to her, but I said to Fee the other day because someone messaged me about something that happened in the UK hobby, right? Like secret stuff. And then someone else messaged me the same thing. And I said to Fee, I was like, it's crazy because years and years ago, I was keeping reptiles. And I was keeping reptiles, more species, probably more intensely than I am now. But how immersed I am nowadays in the hobby, purely because of social media, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy. But then, like, I had one early tip off about an import, and then I had 5 other people. So I had 6 people message me before the shipment of mangroves hit the UK. And it's just such an honor that people would go out of their way to like let me know the inside knowledge. But it just goes to show it's who you know, not what you know. And if you're just a Joe Blogs, Mrs. Smith or whatever, and you just got to go to a pet shop and you're just going to have your pants pulled down to buy an Aki. It's kind of sad that that's the way that the hobby is. But I was literally thinking about it the other day. I was like, it's so crazy now because I get discounts on stuff and I get stuff cheaper and I know people, and for what?
And
just
like, some people, they're just pets and they don't want the lifestyle that is being a reptile keeper and being part of the wider community, because sometimes it's not great.
I don't know if I do, to be honest.
But then like I'm up in the middle of nowhere. I'm up north of Scotland. There is no reptile shop that I do not have to drive 3 hours for. When I bought my Akis, I had to drive to Glasgow, which was 3.5 hours one way. So a 7-hour round trip to buy 2 Akis at pet shop prices. I didn't even get to pick them. It was during slight COVID. They brought a bunch of them to the front door in a little glass box and went pick 2. And I was like, oh, that one's nice. And they were like, all right. And then I was like, oh, just another nice one. Ended up getting one with a nip in its tail. It's like, how did you pick the only one that had a nip in its tail? But anyway, and it's just, some people just aren't, some people don't want to be, and some people don't know that it's a thing. Like I hear all the time when I'm speaking to people about my animals and I say, oh yeah, I've got 15 lizards and snakes. And I think it's 15 lizards. I think that's where I'm getting confused. 15 lizards, 3 snakes. And they're like, wow, that's so many. I'm like, it's really not.
No, when you go into it, it's not.
It's really, really not. And people are like, oh my God, like your house must be like a zoo. And I was like, well, it is. Yes, I've got quite a lot of animals and things like that. But to a regular person, what I'm doing is crazy. But in the sense of a reptile community, it's really not. It's
quite
quite
small
tame.
in comparison.
Hmm.
Yeah, I literally said to someone at work the other day because I like, how many lizards have you got? And I don't know. I have to count them. Like, it's really bad that I don't know. And I don't have loads. I think I have like 22. And they were like, wow, that's, and I was like, honestly, some people have hundreds. Like back in the day, I had 100 animals, and like a few people that I speak to outside of Ready for Your Bingo guys, rack keepers, have hundreds. It's, but then like sort of similar to what you were saying at the start, you had this existential crisis where you were like, I'm going downhill fast, and like we all do it, you have this whirlwind tornado and you buy everything and you realize that you're being an absolute unreasonable twat. And some people, he's left now, so we can bitch about him. Riddler, they get sucked into this cycle, and then before they know it, they realize it's too late. And to be fair play to him, he's obviously trying to do something about it. But some people think, oh god, I'm in too deep now, and then
But
they're stuck with these
I
animals.
I would have went that way. And one of the very, like, I can picture it in my head, one of my very first kind of blueprints for my room when I was moving to more animals included a rack. And I remember, but the thing was that I didn't want a rack that was kind of long this way. I wanted it kind of so I could pull out the tubs rather than have
Yeah,
them kind of
I
like,
know what you mean. The wide ones, yeah.
yeah. So, and I couldn't find one that I liked the look of. And this was, I had 2 royals at the time. And I didn't plan on having a lot of royals. I wanted like a couple. But then I wanted to like, you getting sucked into it. I want to like, oh, I want to put them together to get this and this. And I think I only planned on having 5 overall after I bred, because I wanted 3 that I had, and or 2 that I had plus 1 more. Um, but it was very small scale, but it is easy enough to get sucked into it. And I think that's why I don't like hate rat keepers the same way, because I remember being that 14-year-old that like I went through phases where obviously I had the animals that I wanted, which all wanted big vivs, but ball python or royal python YouTube is very exciting. And you could get very quickly drawn into this kind of idea of collecting and this kind of, wow, this is a really exciting place to be. And there is quite a big community there, out with the reptile community in general, and you see these people that are all quite pally, and
Yeah, it
you
makes you
can
feel
get,
part of something, doesn't it?
yeah, and you can really get sucked into that. And it was like, would I say I would never keep in a rack? No. Would there have to be a reason for it? Yes. I think if I ever bred snakes, I would probably need to keep them in some sort of stacked system.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's not
I quite
feasible
like.
unless you raise them together, the babies. To raise
Well, that's
like,
it. Like how, like
yeah.
with my lizards, I get away with it because I can put them in a smaller viv and have 10 babies in there together. If you're doing snakes, like what's more ethical, a viv with 10 baby snakes in it with overhead heating, or a small rack with where they're all individually kept and all can be fed?
Yeah, it's I mean, the obvious answer is 10 2x2 for Vivs, but it's just not the money and time it's going to take you to do that. People aren't willing to pay the price of that ethical snake, so you can't
Yeah.
win.
Um, like I very much enjoy full circle keeping. I enjoy getting my animals from a young age. I enjoy raising them up. I enjoy pairing them, breeding them, and then kind of like the kick I got. I've only bred my pink tongue skinks. I've only had success with my pink tongue skinks. And I remember the first time I had those babies, I just got such an excitement from it. I was like, I want to do this with everything. Um,
Yeah.
and there's some things I wouldn't breed my bearded dragon. He's probably the only one actually, because I have thought about my royals, I've thought about my crested gecko, I've thought about my leopard gecko, like all these things kind of, I do enjoy, or I do like the idea of full circle keeping. Would I breed them more than once or twice? No. Would I keep an entire clutch? If I bred my royals tomorrow, for example, would I keep an entire clutch of 8 eggs? No, probably not. Um, you'd have to be, and also you have to understand kind of your market or where you live. I'm very secluded. I'm up north. there is one royal breeder who doesn't do anything with the local community nearby. So if I was to advertise in local classifieds and local groups and stuff, he doesn't do that. Like, he just takes all his animals down south or sends them down south. Like, it's so if I bred leopard geckos or ball pythons or crested geckos and I advertise them locally as pets, would I sell them? Yes, probably. But then it's, can I be bothered with that much public engagement in person and stuff like that? And is it worth it? Like, financially, no. Like, it would, the money you'd be making would be pennies in comparison to what it takes to raise these animals.
Yes.
Would I enjoy it? And would it be worth that money for the experience and the like the excitement? Then yes, to me that's
Yeah,
more
it is
important.
worth it. That's why I do Ackies, because I probably, if I sat down and worked it out, including electricity and the upkeep of the adults. Obviously, the upkeep of the adults is a given, but obviously, I don't have to have a pair. I could just have Mac as a pet, which then the cost obviously would be the same. But sometimes I run 2 Vivs and blah 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 blah. I'd probably take a loss on Ackies, which is funny seeing Jonas's comment. And I'm pretty sure that's a monkey tail skin, can it? That Corollis caneus, is that monkey tail? Is that not monkey tail? I don't know. I don't know Latin unless it's a monitor. But yeah, like my Ackies, I probably run a loss at, but I just enjoy them so much. And for example, the lady that brought Miko the Ackie, she was so just in love. You know, I wanted to say enamored, but I used that earlier, and my vocabulary isn't great. But we'll use the same word. I don't care. She was so enamored from day one. And then there's another guy who's brought an Ackie from me, and he's so green tree boas. Oh, yeah. No wonder I didn't know that. But yeah, they were so like in love, and they were so like just it's something as for me, something as simple as an Ackie. These people are like so just it's I can't even put it into words. It's beautiful when you see someone, and then like 2 or 3 months later, people message you and they're like, "Oh my god, I'm so in love," and then they message you a year later, and it's really nice to know, and that's why I do it. Like, I've got 20 eggs cooking at the minute, and I spoke to you about this, didn't I? I said I don't know whether to incubate them all, and I can house 20 babies for like 6 or 8 months. So, and then I've got another clutch on the way. I'm like, makes sense not to incubate that other clutch, hatch all 20, and then just sell those 20. And then raising little baby. Did I have baby Ackies when you came down?
Yeah, because we were finding them in the cork flats.
Oh, yes, we were. So, like, playing with little baby Ackies is so fun, you know.
Yeah, and I get the same thing with my pink tongues. But then I think it's hard. The market's fucked at the moment.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to buy a new animal. I'm on my 3rd season of pink tongues, and I've only sold one privately to a single individual who keeps it as a pet. The rest have either been trades, given away to friends, or sold to shops. And I've put more time and effort into this one single person. Like, so let's say like there's one single person, the only person that's paid full price. Like, that's contacted me, said they want a pink tongue, paid full price, went through the whole shebang. I put more effort into this single person than I have the rest of the other 2 clutches, litters. And although he paid full price, and it's fantastic. Like, his Viv's amazing, and he's in love with the animal, and he thinks it's great. The amount of time that I had to put in to help him and to set things up and stuff. I don't need to tell you that time's so important that it does take away sometimes that kind of
enjoyment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a guy, and again, I'm not complaining at all, because I generally would rather someone go, "What's this? What's that? What's that?" than not at all.
100%.
But it is exhausting. There's no point in saying it's not. And all of my animals, I only breed Ackies at the minute. But regardless if I'm breeding tree monitors, mangroves, peach throats, Gillenite, Kimberleys, Ackies, it doesn't matter. All the animals I sell will come with a lifetime I am at the end of the phone, because that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It's a lot because I talked. I don't know if he's still here. I don't really care if he is or isn't. But I talked to Will quite a lot about replying to comments, and he's like, "Oh, sometimes I have to find like an hour to sit down and reply to everyone." And I'm like, "Mate, I replied to every single comment. The first message I didn't reply to the other day, someone messaged me on Instagram, and you boys know, you and Matt know the message, and I just deleted it. But I reply to everybody. Doesn't matter if it's stupid. And I know I am starting to just now love heart comments on Instagram because I wake up and I generally have like between 20 and 40 comments to reply to.
And
Uh,
I think it's important that when you're bringing an animal into the world that you're able to provide this care and be able to make sure that it's 100%.
Especially if they're rarer, because like obviously pink tongues, they're not like I'd class them as uncommon, but there's
Yeah,
probably a mixed bag of care, and you've put a lot of time into like how to care for these
100%.
animals, so it's invaluable in a way.
But then like I know you get it a lot, but I had a shop message me. Oh, hey, I got this animal. First I see you're selling some. I've just picked some up cheap from wholesale. They're not doing well. Can you help me?
Yeah.
So after a few sarcastic comments about why picking up cheap it was a new shop, and like the guy was quite sound about it, and I kind of got information that I wanted from him, as in where he got it from, how much. I was like, so you're telling me that you spent X amount of money on this animal, it's going to die, where if you spent an extra 20 quid you could have got a baby from me at my wholesale price, and you would have known that it would have been perfectly healthy, eating what it should be eating what it should be eating, and you're actually going to be able to sell it and gain a profit. But now instead, and I would have happily given you all the time. I did give him all the time in the world and try to come up with a plan to save this animal, because it's not the animal's fault that it was
No, of course.
Sold. We worked out that in the end, like, you do get pink tongues have large litters. There is a few runts or a few ones that take a few months longer to kind of get up to size. He bought it at the kind of age that you'd think a pink tongue would be okay, but he obviously got runts that were needing a bit of extra time. They weren't eating too well. He couldn't get the right food into them quick enough, and it perished. And then he openly admitted, he's like, I got these because they were cheap. They're a cool species. Next time I'm going to contact you because I want them in my shop. I want them to be correct.
So we can glaze over this if you want.
Go for it.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Obviously, and now I'm not going to put words in your mouth, so you can say whatever you want to say. Because
you pull up the comment, or I can get it on my phone.
I'll pull it up.
I seen it, and then
so obviously, I know your opinion. Matt knows your opinion, because we're all in the Monitor Dreams group chat, right? We're boys, but this is now public and live, so I'm not going to put words in your mouth. But my question is, you do see a lot of people feeding skinks dog food, and I'm just going to leave it there. That's not even a question; it's a statement.
Dog food or cat food? It flits between the two, and I'm on quite a few skink groups. It's really common with blue tongue practice. Oh, I've just given my skinks a bowl of cat biscuits, for example. Biologically, that one.
Yeah.
A skink and a cat or a dog are two very different animals.
Yeah.
Right? I wouldn't feed my cat dog food. I wouldn't feed my dog cat food. So why do we think that a skink this size can sustain itself on food designed for a 40-kilo dog? Like, because they eat it, people seem to think it's okay. And I understand in years gone by when there was nothing available, okay, you use what you can. We're not living in the 90s. Arcadia makes...
Shout out Arcadia, sent me some.
Arcadia makes food designed for blue tongue skinks, but it contains snail meat.
Yeah.
Rapashi makes Bluey Buffet.
They didn't send me stuff, so fuck Rapashi.
A powdered food designed for blue tongue skinks. I would much rather feed my my pink tongues, similar kind of snail eating, something designed for lizards.
Mm.
Like, why feed your animals dog? Why would you feed your lizard dog food when you can feed it lizard food?
But then, right, it comes back to the breeding snakes and raising all the babies in 2x2x2 individual views,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's cheap, yeah,
it is cheap.
and it's easy. If they're going to eat it from babies, you've got these finicky animals. You throw a bit of pedigree chum in there, and they all chow down. I had to think of a dog brand because I don't fucking know.
Well, fuck knows.
Also, boom, instant. Wow, my pink tongues are eating. Let's sell them. But then I know you do because we talk. I know you put so much time, money, energy, effort, sleepless nights, care into your animals, making sure they all eat, going through it all. In theory, theologically, if we're valuing time, your animals should cost more because you've put a lot more time into them. They've also been raised properly, not on dog food, cat food. But then the reality is, Mr. Jones down the road isn't going to pay an extra 30, 40, 50 quid. He just wants a pink tongue. And
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. And the same as like, let's just say mangroves. Right? You got all these imports. Like I had a baby similar size to one of my smallest ones in my hand the other day in a pet shop, right? The pet shop just got it back from somebody else. And this mangrove was fat. And I was like, this isn't right. It's a baby. How do you get a fat baby? I was like, you just fed it. And they were like, no. And I was like, I guarantee you, it's not the shop that did this. It's the person, and the person gave it back to the shop. And I was like, I guarantee you that was fed just mice and chicks. And then they found out, and sure enough, it was, rather than just being fed on shrimp and prawns and crabs and bugs. And now and then a pinkie's okay.
Yeah.
It's just laziness. But like, people, it's cheap, it's easy, it's lazy, and
So
it's not okay.
the reason that I'm so pernickety with my pink tongues is I bought my pair from a pet shop. They would only eat live snails.
Mm. He said he
Your
feeds his
cat will
fish.
eat anything.
He feeds his cat fish flakes.
His cats are from the council estate. It's fine.
You still owe me a penny as well. I don't know you, Nathan, but you're his friends, and I'm his friend. So
you
we
might
can
meet
talk.
Nathan in September. He's coming down to IHS with me. He's my driving partner.
You can give me the penny then.
Well, I'm trying to convince him to come down in September. So when I got my pink tongues, I got them from a pet shop. I did my research. So they were an impulse buy, but I went down. Basically, I went down to the pet shop. I had a 3-foot Exoterra and a 4-foot wooden Viv in my room, empty. And I was like, I'm going to buy something for one of these. I knew what the shop had, so I had a rough idea. I knew they had a blue tongue skink. I knew they had a couple of pink tongues. I knew they had Akis, Euromastics, stuff like that. So I knew I was going to pick up something that I like. And this was my first reptile out with Toothless and Littlefoot.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like quite a big deal. And this is kind of what kind of spiraled my whole let's buy loads of animals.
Mm.
So when I bought my pink tongues, I was like, yeah, they're really cool. Nobody was working with them at the time. They're a bit more common now, but they were really a novelty or a rarity then. And I got told they only eat live snails.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, did a lot of research. They are almost exclusively live snail eaters in the wild.
Mm.
They will take slugs, they'll take worms, grubs, that kind of stuff, but they are almost exclusively live snail eaters compared to your blue tongues that will eat vegetation, fruit, and other things as well. Blue tongues are more omnivores. Pink tongues are pretty much only live snails.
Snail eaters, yeah.
For the first year, I was buying a tub. You get them for Bumpy, a tub of snails. They've got 6 or 8 or 12 in them for £4 or £5.
Yeah, it's a £5 at the minute, yeah.
And they would eat 3 of those tubs a week.
But it's like feeding a monitor.
It was expensive, really expensive. And they also didn't brumate that summer, that winter. I got them in March. I fed them all through summer. Was told that they would kind of go to sleep, and I was like, all right, well, cool. I don't need to feed them as much. I got to winter. They didn't go down to sleep because they were still relatively young. They wanted fed all the time, but there was no snails available because it's winter.
Mm.
So that entire winter, I had to try and come up with other ideas. What am I meant to feed them? A lot of online were saying feed dog food, cat food, blah blah. I'm like, no, there's has
Mm.
to be other options. Um, I trained mine from a very young age to tongue feed, or to eat out the palm of my hand. They would come up kind of off the viv and eat in the palm of my hand. Um, from that, I managed to then get them to start taking grubs, calci worms, wax worms. My big male will take fruit beetle larvae, fruit beetle grubs as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like it is possible. When they got really hungry, because it did get dire in December when there was nothing available, and I couldn't feed just wax worms, like that's not a good diet. Um, they would eat. I started to find that they would eat the Arcadia foods, tin snails. I highly recommend anybody that buys a baby pink tongue to pick up a few tinned. Like they're awful. They're smelly. They're not great. That's my babies from this year. Riddler's gonna get a couple. Um, so like variety, it really showed that variety was key. And for almost the full year, I was feeding nothing but snails. So when mine bred that winter, which I was really shocked with, they only had 3 babies, um, and I was determined that whoever got these babies off of me was not going to have the same problems I did.
Yeah.
So I've got a really good relationship with a escargot farm down south. I've actually a couple of them. I speak to a few of them and get my snails from them. Um, so these kind of farms that breed snails for fancy French restaurants and stuff like that. Obviously, there's byproduct from that. Snails that are like damaged shells or snails that are too small, stuff like that. So they sell them cheaper. Um, so I get them from there. So it saves me so much money just buying them from there. I then make my own baby skink food. I'll be further down somewhere, but it's like a kind of a blended snail mix. I will mix Arcadia Omnigold into that so that they get the taste for it because I found babies won't eat Omnigold. Yeah, that's one of my babies from last year. So I found that they wouldn't eat the Omnigold on its own, but mixed in with actual snail meat, they would, and slowly decrease the amount of snail meat and increase the amount of Omnigold. That one's a fresh cube that I've literally defrosted, put in the enclosure, and they've all come running for it. And I slowly changed the percentages from that so that eventually they're eating pure Omnigold. I will then start continually feed them snail meat as well because I feel that's important. But if I can sell to someone and say, here is a powdered food that they will eat,
That's
a
regularly
portion,
available as well.
yeah, especially in winter. So there's a baby on the bottom eating the snail, the kind of the food. I have thinking that when I mixed in some blueberries, pretty much I go out into my garden, whatever berries I've got or whatever's available that I'm growing in the garden at the time I mix it in. The male on the right hand side is eating a waxworm, and then my female is on the left hand side. She's eating the baby food as well because again in winter if they wake up early, I don't have snails. If I've got none in the freezer, the farms don't have any snails. I need something to feed them, and they'll quite happily tuck into the frozen mix as well.
Yeah, I've got some Omnigold. I'm gonna try and do some feeding with it, with the monitors.
I found anything of mine that tong feeds will take it off the tongs because obviously they want things that are on tongs. But yeah, and I put a lot of effort into my babies to make sure that they are eating more than just dog food.
Yeah, no, of course. But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like you're going through all this turmoil, if we want to call it that. Oh Jesus Christ, my laptop. I need to get a new one. Well, you're going through all this turmoil just to get these animals feeding, and then you see people that are just chucking in pedigree chum.
I also just because we're on the rant about pink tongues, I also keep them on loose substrate. A lot of people keep their babies on.
Shame.
A lot of people keep their babies on paper towel. I keep it on like a rectibark or like a chip, like what ball python breeders. No, I'll get to that in a second. But basically, I use like a loose substrate. They're burrowers, so I'll look in. I'll send you a photo or video later. You look at my baby Viv, you might see one or two. They're all
Pink
gone.
pink tongues need dirt. Pink reds need.
Yes, they do, because then you spray, you put food in. So that's another thing. Like I spray right before I feed every time, because
Yeah.
in the wild, when do snails come out?
When it's wet.
When it's wet. So I spray the skinks, my adults, my babies, everyone. They know food's coming out. I put the food in, and then all you see is just. It does. It sounds ridiculous. If you say, oh, I feed my lizard dog food, why?
Yeah.
It's not a dog. Like, I wouldn't feed my dog, who's 40 kilos and is massive. I wouldn't feed my dog half the dog foods that are on the market.
Gary's coming in controversial. Actually, the dog food, the fresh human grade stuff is great. So what I will say on this, just before you may or may not agree, have you heard of the brand Kieselbrink?
No.
Okay, so basically, you know the monitor group chat, that's the European one.
Mm-hmm.
You know the lady Renee?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's Dutch, maybe. Anyway.
I have seen stuff about feeding. Yeah, I know where you're going.
Yeah, so she feeds Kieselbrink, which is basically mincemeat. It's like how do I word it? It's like a raw dog food, like a real meat dog food.
But this isn't what they're feeding.
No, I know.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying to Gary is I'm saying like I used to feed my tegus Kieselbrink now and then, not as a staple, but I'd feed them Kieselbrink because she recommended it. Whether it was right or wrong, I don't know. But it was like raw meat. It was like duck, chicken, and salmon blended. A few vegetables in there, but it was like a raw dog food. I did see Mayaki was shop bought. Were we talking about shops being bad? I can't remember.
No, just price wise. Like sometimes it's all somebody can get.
Oh, I see. Thank you for being my brain. I nearly lost them. Ice cold. There are some good shops. There are some bad shops. For me, I don't like couriering animals. I know it's not possible for some people to pick up animals, but like to get our Kim's, what did I drive? Like 5 hours up, 5 hours back down is to get some Kimberleys.
Yeah.
But yeah, so your basic what I won't put words in your mouth, but we've got to touch back on snails from outside, and then we're touching on dog food that may be good or may not be good.
But so yes, some things are good, but we're not going to try and compare a tegu who does eat whole prey.
Oh yeah, no, exactly, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Like, would if I had a tegu, would I feed it some brands of dog food?
Probably.
Like maybe. Like I wouldn't. I'm not in that situation, but I wouldn't be feeding it a tinned processed dog food that like.
But your point exactly to your point. Pink tongues eat snails. There are not snail dog food.
No.
Full stop. Tegus eat chicken, salmon, fish, bloody pigeon. I used to get like squirrel rabbit mix.
It's.
But for tegus, it's apples and oranges, isn't
it? It's very different. But I see what you're meaning. Like, because I'm saying like I wouldn't feed a lizard dog food, and I wouldn't be feeding a pink tongue skink that's genuinely that size. Like they are tiny.
It's a lot of fat and
their bodies
aren't.
And then like these people that are feeding, like if you're feeding them a dog food, an expensive dog food, like I've looked into raw diets and all these things. Why not just feed the right stuff? Like we're making the assumption that the people that are feeding dog food are feeding it because it's cheap. And if you're feeding a cheap dog food, then it's full of gelatin, it's full of fillers, it's full of this and that, which isn't what a skink's designed to process.
Yeah, I'm on your side of it. I don't disagree.
And I want to do what's best for the people, like for one for first foremost my animals, and then the people that are going to be purchasing my animals in the future. If I
Mm.
can give you a feeding guide and a list of everything that my animal is eating, and give you the very best start you can in a species that I think is fantastic, the only downside being their diet. If I can eradicate that issue for you, then you shouldn't have any trouble with that species. When I got
Mm.
the species, like they're great. Pink tongues are semi-arboreal. They're subtropical. They're tropical. You can keep them in bioactive enclosures that look fantastic with live plants.
They're not very big either.
They're not, but they're a decent size that
Yeah. But what
you,
I'm saying
you
is like an exoterra, the biggest exoterra they make,
yeah,
for example, is
great,
commercially
fantastic.
available. Yeah.
They fit so many boxes. The only negative is their diet because they are snail eaters. So if you've got an animal that's eating, like if I can give you links to snail farms where you can get cheap snails, and
Mm.
I can give you a list of grubs and worms and other things that they're eating, and then I can give you powdered food and tin snails, which are assassin snail, de-shelled assassin snails for anyone who keeps aquatics, um, and then can recommend that you go to like a Chinese market and get apple snail meat, stuff like that. There
Yeah.
is cheaper ways of doing it, and if I can give you all this advice that can completely cancel out the negative that is their diet, then they
It's
are great.
invaluable, mate. Yeah, because like
It,
you buy a skink dog food, oh, it's dead in a year and a half because it's just been fed on rubbish, and then
yeah,
you're putting in, and I imagine because obviously we weren't speaking when you first got your pink tongues, and now you're a seasoned pink tonguer, but I imagine the turmoil you went through at the start was very similar to how I was trying to find how to care for a mangrove monitor. You're very
it
much in the dark.
it was, and then I was buying these snails. I was buying 3 packets each order. I could only buy 3 packets because by the time I finished the third packet, they were starting to die. Um, they come in wet, gross cardboard, like when it was egg crate. They would have
Mm.
chewed up half the egg crate, which meant half of their digestive system, their stomachs are now full of egg crate, which I'm now feeding my lizard.
Yeah.
Which is why another reason why I love snail farms because they're grown for human consumption, so they're not full of crap.
To
They're
be fair, I'm gonna get the link off you. I'll get some for Bumpy because
there's a few good ones.
yeah.
Unfortunately, one that I used quite regularly had issues and has ceased trading for a while. But like a lot of these places now will sell to like zoos and stuff that keep different
Mm.
snail eating species.
Mm.
But even things like we're going about the burrowing before I went on a tangent.
Yeah.
These animals will raise up and they'll come up from the surface from underground and eat the food. How can they do that if you're keeping them on paper towel?
Mm.
You're denying a baby that has literally been born because they're live bearers. Another great thing. I don't need to incubate eggs. Great. Um, you're denying something that's literally just been born a basic function of its being, like its ability. They want to climb and they want to dig.
He's such a dickhead. We're being serious, Matthew. But
Like
oh yeah, mate, I'm the same. You know how I feel about this sort of stuff.
and people will say, well, it's more cleaner. Use paper towel, you can clean it. I keep them on coconut like husk or chip or something, and then I've got a load of isopods in there because I tell you
There's a
what, every time
question
I
about
feed,
that. Does your bioactive isopods? He's just answer it. If so,
yeah,
do you colonize them in the enclosure so they thrive the best?
yeah, I've got pretty much because I after my pink tongues are finished, I clean out the viv and the viv I used to raise them out and I put it away for storage for the next year. Because if I kept it out, I'd fill it with something. Um, they normally go into another viv afterwards, but I will normally buy a fresh pack of an isopod species that I currently use in my room, just so that when I add it to something else, it's going to be there. But my adults, they've got powdered orange, dairy cows, and granulated in there. 3 different species, and they do really well at different times. I think at the moment the granulators have overtaken, but they kind of fluctuate.
Yeah, I have them in pretty much every viv, and like Gary said, just have little hides. Like if you have a drier viv, then overfill the water bowl. They'll tend to hide under that, or just put like
Yeah.
little pieces of cork bark down, and then just spray those.
I
Yeah,
found as well it keeps it cleaner. Like obviously 10 baby skinks that are all pooing. There's a lot of mess. It keeps it relatively clean. I found as well that if I've overfed, then the isopods will come. Last year, the population of dairy cows I had in it went crazy to the point that if I had to put food in the morning so they could eat all day, and at night the isopods would come out and clean the bowl.
do the pink tongues eat the isopods?
No,
They're not at all.
I've never seen it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did think they would, but if they're taking grubs and bits, I didn't know if they'd eat isopods.
Mine don't eat my male will now eat anything off a tong. So if I've got like a locust or a roach on a tong and stick it in his face, he would eat it because he'd bite down on it. But no, they wouldn't hunt.
Isopods.
No.
I see. Snails outside. Unless we were still talking about dirt, I don't want to skip you ahead.
On you go.
So Jonas has guests come and get them all. So why don't you like snails from outside?
One thing that gardeners seem to do a lot of is lay pesticide traps for snails.
Yeah, Freezy was saying this, wasn't he?
Like it seems to be like, yeah, because he mentioned like most bugs you could pick up and you could feed her if your dragon's out and there's a spider running across and it eats it, you're not too worried about pesticides. One thing that people actively look at poisoning is snails. I have read some people that it's taken like 3 generations of breeding snails before they feel comfortable with the wild. I wouldn't be opposed to it. So when I get mine, I buy in bulk. I keep half of them in the fridge, top tip, because they go dormant, like as if they're in winter, and they last a lot longer. They will start to go bad eventually, but they pretty much just go dormant in the fridge. So I wish I knew that when I was buying them, and I would keep them. And if you keep them hot, they go bad really quickly.
Yeah.
So before I was finished, my 3 tubs of very expensive snails that I bought from a reptile shop, they were dying. So I was end up having to like overfeed really quickly. So when I buy bulk, I freeze half to use in my frozen mixture, where I'll like kind of deshell and kind of blend them up for the babies, and then I'll keep half in the freezer. It's a bit gruesome, and in the fridge. It's a bit gruesome, but it won't.
Needs must.
It works best. And then and then again in winter, if I've got my adults are awake and I don't have them yet, if I've got frozen snails in the freezer, snails are very quick to defrost, and my adults will eat live snails before they're even out the shell, so they don't care if it's still there, still alive. So
that'd be the same as Bumpy. Bumpy wouldn't care.
Yeah, like they don't care if the snail's moving. Like, you know, some animals need like kind of movement to be able to hunt, and they don't. So they are a great species. I highly recommend anybody try them. I get so much enjoyment from mine. And they kind of tick like all my boxes. For me, when I was in that shop and I was kind of deciding what I wanted, there was a blue tongue, long-term captive blue tongue who was stunning, and then there was the 2 pink tongues that were left. And the only reason I went for the pink tongues in the end was because this blue tongue was an absolute arsehole. Like he was really aggressive. And at the time, my beardy Toothless, if Nathan's still in the chat, he like when Toothless was younger, when he went through his teenage years, he was a nightmare. Like people would laugh at me. They'd go, "Oh, you got a bearded dragon. He must be so like handleable." He would take a finger.
Yeah.
He was awful. He was so bad. And my leopard gecko's never been handleable. So that was my only 2 reptiles at the time. Was a beardy that wanted to kill me, and a leopard gecko that wanted to kill me. So I didn't want to add a blue tongue skink that wanted to kill me. So I went for the 2 pink tongues because again, I think the rarity kind of threw it as well. Like they were a bit of a novelty and they were quite interesting. And I did my research. I knew kind of what I was getting into, but maybe not. I didn't know the logistics that I was going to face getting them for the next year. Yeah,
Had to wear motorcycle
like
gloves.
no, there's photos somewhere of Nathan wearing his motorbike gloves to pick up this dragon because he would.
You come play at my house, Nathan. Come play with Mango.
Like it was a fun time, but
Oh
the
God. When from leopard geckos. Hang on, wait, I've skipped ahead. Feeders Nile, can snails, from ZoomEd is so tiny.
so yeah, they are the Zoom Edge tin snails. I'm pretty sure they look very much like de-shelled assassin snails, and assassin snails are tiny
Teeny
little
tiny.
snails that we keep in fish tanks. So
And from a leopard gecko to owning a Nile monitor.
my leopard gecko has trained me for a Nile monitor. Like I would have to, he's
You basically do you have outside of your snakes? Do you have any friendly animals?
toothless now. If he's been
Friendly,
fed,
yeah.
if he's been fed, my most friendly is probably my male frill dragon, but I can't take the credit for him because I got him as an adult. So
Yeah. What's
yeah,
good, Scandinavian guanas? Late to the party. That's okay. You're here nonetheless, so I appreciate you. To be fair, people are obviously here for this because it hasn't really dipped much below 24. And normally, I'm sitting around 18. So I appreciate you all. I mean, I don't know if you've brought your family and crowd with you, but I'll take it nonetheless.
no,
Um,
I eventually told Nathan. Nathan's not a reptile keeper. He's just here to wind up and wait for Albus to show up. But
I don't mind. He's donated, super chatted. So Nathan, you can stick around all you like. Thank you very much, my friend.
yeah,
I've sort of gone on a tangent a little bit, and I've sort of
no,
forgot.
I'm not one like before. I didn't really care about friendly animals. Like just like I set mine up quite naturally. Do what you want. I'll throw food in for you and kind of engage. And more recently, I've kind of wanted to be a bit more hands-on with some of them, work with them a bit more. But there's not many that I could pull out. If somebody came around, I couldn't pull out many of them and go, yeah, here you go, hold this. And that's in some partial way the way I've set them up. Like if somebody wanted to hold a gecko, good luck. My
Yeah,
lychee and my crested gecko are full of cork. You can't get them at the cork rounds, and my leopard gecko has got underground burrows that I can't even get into. So unless they're out, you can try and pick them up, but there's
yeah.
no way of pulling them out.
I'm not overly fussed on like handleable animals myself. It's cool, but as long as they, excuse me, as long as they don't really run away when I come in the room, I don't really care. I'm not really
Oh, like
fussed.
none of my animals care about that. Like I said, I've got two cats, and although I don't let them in the reptile room, they're sometimes in the reptile room, and they'll sit there and eye up a leopard gecko, and you'd think a leopard gecko would drop his tail and run, but
Your one just wants to eat the cats.
yeah, he'll square up to them.
He thinks he's a Komodo dragon. So right, what have we got? Any questions as well, guys? Drop them in the chat. We love you, Paul, and your buddies. Much love from the US. Appreciate you very much. Where we at? Six together. Yeah. Sick together. The Monitor Boys are here. The European Monitor Boys. Someone appreciates the support. Yeah, don't worry. Every time you to give me money, we'll be best friends.
He's annoyed because I never told him I was going on this, and then I shared it on my Instagram, and yeah,
It was last minute. This was meant to be a solo podcast, and then Michael was like, "Can I move mine forward?" Because we were like,
well, I was going to
"Yeah,
be middle of next month, but
yeah." So I may or may not now have a new guest to talk about peach rope monitors. But yeah, Amy, you need to tune in for that one. It's not confirmed yet, but let me get my calendar up because I forget because I don't know which days it is. 18th of June. It's the peach rope monitors, baby. But I don't know if it's confirmed yet. We're waiting for confirmation. But anyway, I've brought the can. Yeah, so I need to get some more snails because I think probably a few of my species would take snails.
I just completely on topic but off. I
Yeah,
was
no,
out in the
go for
Botanic
it.
Gardens today with the family out for a walk, and I just heard this bang, 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 and I was like, "What on earth's going on there?" We went up like this little side trail, and there's this bird, no idea what kind of bird it is, with a snail in its mouth, bashing it off a rock. And being like the animal keeper I am, just had to sit for a couple of minutes and just watch this small little bird bash this snail off a rock until it snail cracked open and it ate the insides. It was so interesting.
On that, what's canned snails for Savannah Mother? Even keep them in the fridge. I've never had canned snails, but my Savannah monitor in one of my most recent videos. To be fair, like back in the day when I used to have a Bosque, I had fed it snails and didn't really pay attention. But like nowadays, like she does it consistently. She puts it in her mouth, crunch, 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 spits it out, puts it in her mouth, crunch, 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 spits it out, puts it in her mouth, crunch, 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 spits it out, and it gets all of the shell off. And then she did it like 4 or 5 times, so she knew obviously exactly what she was doing, which was so cool to see.
And
I
my adult skinks do this. But then something that really stuck with me was when we were at AHH and we were speaking to the beardy vet, and obviously he was a vet in Australia for a while and worked with wild blue tongues. I don't remember if you remember, if you were half asleep at this point.
I don't know. I might have been talking to the monitor boys at this point because I was over that their
Possibly.
table
So
halfway.
he was he was explaining that there was a period when they were getting a lot of baby blue tongues in
Yeah, I
from the
was gonna mention
wild
this.
with metabolical bone disease. And they put it down to the fact that they weren't eating enough snail shell because obviously that had such a high portion of calcium. So like he obviously had theories, but they could never decide if it was because there wasn't enough snails or if it was they just got that good at de-shelling that they weren't
They were
getting
getting it, yeah.
they weren't getting what they needed. But they had like this time for about a year where they were getting all these babies in that just they were all coming in.
Well, there must be innate though, because obviously I've never ever fed Bumpy snails. Bumpy came to me as a baby, which is my boss monitor for people that don't know. Bumpy came to me as a baby. I've never fed her snails. Criminal Paul. I should be feeding snails regularly, but anyway, we move. Just knew exactly what to do. So it's clearly like an inherent. It's internally. They just know how to do it.
Well, it was like my pink tongues when I got them. Like I don't know what they were getting fed. Like the shop were feeding snails. They were feeding giant African land snail. Like they were getting them in from customers who'd missed when they were breeding and stuff. But you don't know what they're eating in wholesale. Probably dog food.
Yeah.
But the second you show them like an actual garden snail, they were all over it, and they knew exactly what to do. My babies, I'll feed them. I'll move them to kind of like a kind of small, giant African land snail, like because the baby giant African land snails are quite small, but at the moment my babies are too small for them. But I'll move them to that, and they'll still be able to work out how to de-shell them.
I'm surprised you don't breed. I mean, I know why you don't breed land snails. I'm surprised you don't breed land snails. Because you could also get them for your second endeavor in life. So it's a win-win. Because they're asexual, no? So they have both male and female parts, so they both have eggs. Because I used to breed them back in the day, and I could never get the eggs to hatch because I always let them dry out. The adults would be okay, but the eggs would never hatch because
when I kept them, I had a couple of clutches, but yeah.
You don't keep them. Yeah, I didn't spray mine enough, and it just didn't spray mine enough, and they ended up getting dried out, and the eggs never hatched, and I was like, ugh. So, I mean, we've gone on a tangent, and I didn't even know really what I wanted to speak about, to be honest. Because what did I say earlier that I wanted to talk about? Something to do with something. I forget. I don't know. Oh yeah, how's your female Aki?
Still in her lay box.
Is she?
Yeah, I don't know if she's backfilling. I had a quick look before we jumped on here. She's I can't tell. She looks skinnier, but I don't know 100%. I'll need to check after this is done.
What time do your lights go off?
I'll stick a torch in and see.
No. I just meant in the sense of if she would be out.
No, she's not been out all day. I know she was out this morning only because there's a big poo on the basking spot. So I know she'd So I don't know. I don't know if she's testing it. I don't know what's going on with her, but
I've experienced. Well, we've got a couple of people in chat. So people that have kept and bred Ackies, chime up. I've had experience with Ackies before, and they do come up when they're nesting. They do come up to take a break. Sometimes. So if anyone else has experienced that, let me know.
so I'm not too worried. The male's out. The male's in a different viv just now, so she can just do what she wants. There's food in it. There's food in there for her.
Yeah, she won't eat. She won't eat her eggs if they're good. She won't eat her eggs. So
yeah,
even if you miss them from a day or two, they'll be okay.
yeah.
As long as she's got food
And
elsewhere.
then it'll be that question of if the eggs are good, how many do I incubate and all the rest of it.
I doubt she'll have a massive clutch because she's not a
No.
massive female. But my little tiny Timor had a clutch of like 8 eggs, and she was half the size of your Aki.
Yeah.
So
we'll
never
wait
know.
and see.
You'll have to try and beat my world record Aki clutch of 27.
Not with my current pair.
No. Do you think you'd? Are you interested in keeping any of your own babies that you breed?
I thought I would be. So before I bred, I was like, I'm going to end up keeping. And then when I had the 3 pink tongues, if I knew what I knew now about how they can be kept in colonies, I probably would have kept at least one. Because I had 3. I had 3 babies. One I love that, like that. I took a photo of that lizard the first day of every month. I was weighing it, I was tracking it. It was the most friendly. It was hand feeding after a few months. It's now with my friend who's the Leachianus breeder because he keeps a colony of them together. But I ended up giving him because I had 3 babies and I couldn't sell them, or at least I was being really picky. Like I had people messaging me and stuff, but I was like, nowadays I'd be a bit more lenient, but back then people were asking about for shops and stuff like that, and I was just like, nah, I don't want to deal with any of this. I advertised, but I didn't really advertise, and I pretty much just offered them to him. He was doing me a good deal on some leeches and stuff, so I was like, oh, you can just have them. If I knew what I knew then, I would have kept them because you can keep them multi-generational, which is quite cool, or people have got experience with it. But back before I had the babies, I was like, I'm going to keep them. Like, if first thing I breed, I know I'm going to keep. Now that I got over that hurdle of giving away my first hold back, I'm a bit more like, oh yeah, it's fine. I think the frillies might, if the frillies breed, they might be a bit difficult. Although
baby frillies would be so cute.
But then again, I know that I wouldn't have the space. I think, like you've mentioned in your videos before, having limited space kind of makes you realize what you can and can't have. If I was to keep a baby frilly long term, I would either need to hope that it's female and that I'd be able to introduce it to the parents, in which case I would always worry that the male's going to try and breed it, and just wouldn't have a good time with it. Or I would have to keep it individually, which means that something else in my room is going to have to give up space, or future plans are not going to have to not happen. So I'm lucky in that. I'm lucky in that sense. I think I've got 13 baby pink tongues at the moment. 6 or 7 are currently reserved.
Yeah.
Reserved. Like people are interested. So that leaves me with six left. If I was to sell those, I wouldn't mind. If I was to sell 5 and I had 1 left, I'd probably just keep it. But I'm not, because these animals live for so long, I'm not worried about kind of preserving my own bloodlines or kind of keeping an animal for its entirety. Or what I know, like with you want to keep Mango's bloodline for as long as you're going to be 90 years old and you're going to have Mango grandchildren and great grandchildren and stuff. I think for me, I might feel different about like Kimberley's or Frillies or stuff. Like I think having like my pair of pink tongues for hopefully 20 years or however long they're going to live for, I think that's enough for me.
I think as well, because correct me if I'm wrong, but from what the impression I get from knowing you is one, you're not really a breeder, you're a keeper. And two, I feel like in 20 years you'll go, well, pink tongues have run their course, let's get a new species.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, am I still? Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Software update popped up on my phone.
No, you're
And
fine.
I think a lot of people get that quicker. Like people kind of, like Fridays was on a bit, and like each to their own. After 3, 4, 5 years, if something's not working or I'm not enjoying something, I'll move it on.
He moves it on, yeah.
I've never sold an animal at all. Every animal that I've bought,
You've got
I've kept so far. Obviously, I've been keeping this time. I've been keeping reptiles for 13, 14 years, but this group of animals and this kind of time around again, I've only been keeping for 6, 7 years. So I've not been in it long enough to kind of go full cycle of a lot of things. But no, so far I've got no interest in selling any of my animals. Any animals that I have bought are kind of with me for the long term. And then I've got a few animals that maybe I didn't want or kind of I've got in because of other circumstances, and I would maybe move them on. But even then, it just depends.
So I've been talking about this a lot lately with a couple of people. Just as a quick tangent, well, I'll just touch on this quickly so we don't forget. Female stays down for days. So I've had it where females haven't come up in 4 days, but then I also have had it where females come up. Talking about monetary value onto animals. So for
Yeah.
me, mango is invaluable. Mango does not have a price tag. Like, people don't believe me when I say you could offer me 20 gazillion trillion pounds, I would not sell mango. Much to Fee's demise, because she would give the lizard away, I would never sell mango. Kermit and Cada are probably, my green trees are probably next down. But realistically, if you're offering me £1 million, I'm selling them, right? And then everyone else does go down. I do have a monetary value to these animals outside of mango. Are you the same, or are yours invaluable?
For me, it's more of a commitment I've made. Like, I've purchased them, they're my animals, I enjoy them, I'll keep them for their lifetime. But also, I don't keep anything expensive. So, like, for me, like, nothing's like, if I'm strapped for cash, I'm not thinking, oh, let's go sell an animal because it's going to get me money. Like, nothing in my collection is going to get me
Lots. Yeah.
changing type money, like
Yeah.
life-changing kind of money. So for me, it's never an option. If somebody offered me
£1 million,
yeah,
£1
well,
million
like,
right now for your frill dragon pair, I got £1 million. Nathan,
yeah,
with the super chats, he got £1 million for the pair of frillies.
yeah, like,
Are you selling them?
I would, I like, it's hard. I don't value them the same way I would value my dog or my cats.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, like, no, like no
Hugo,
amount of money in the world would buy my dog or my cats. Nathan's tried. He's tried to steal my cats at least.
He tried to buy it for a tenner just now, just to see it.
I do.
Feet pictures.
The like, it's hard to explain in the way, but like, I wouldn't sell them. But
you wouldn't
then
sell
at
them
the
for any
same
other
point,
reason outside of, like, because like I say, I would sell every single animal in my room. Like, not to put you on the spot, because I would sell every single animal in my room outside of Mango. Mango is my dog and cat. I don't know what it is about Mango, but like, I just love that lizard. The rest of them are super cool, and I think a lot of people would be lying to themselves if they said I wouldn't sell any of my animals for £1 million.
yeah.
Because reptile, I was talking to Will about it, and Will's coming on the podcast soon. Spoiler, everyone. And we're gonna talk about it more in detail. But like, he was saying his dog, but he was saying his animals just aren't the same as his dog. And obviously, I don't have a dog. My mum's got 4, and a couple of them, 2 of the dogs were family pets when I was still living at home when I was a teenager. So like, I technically have a dog. I just don't see dogs the same as I see reptiles. I just don't have that. So that's just why I was curious. I was just wondering, like, if you would or wouldn't. But I think most people would.
Yeah, like, for me, I wouldn't sell my animals because I need space or I need money. Like I think
like
that would be
I do daily.
yeah. Like I would rather just not buy another animal than sell something for space. There's very few animals I would move on. Like my mountain horn dragons, you have a key to my house, so yeah, you would. My mountain horn dragons.
That's my dog, Snatch.
My mountain horn dragons. If somebody was like, "Oh, they're really cool. I'm interested in the species," and they offered me, I wouldn't sell any of my animals for going rate. Would be like kind of the good way of describing.
Because then they're not for sale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not for sale.
If somebody gave me kind of like maybe just over going rate for my mountain horn dragons, I'd probably let them go. But then again, I didn't want them originally.
Checkpoint. So, Paul, Mr. Paul's Monitors, your friend, had a group of Timors. I wasn't into the Timors. I moved the Timors on, right? So, I've moved a fair few animals on in my day. My counterpoint, just for your opinion on it, to play devil's advocate, because we haven't really done much of that on this podcast, and at 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 7 seconds, why the fuck not? I didn't want the Timors. I could have kept the Timors, but I didn't really enjoy the Timors. Obviously, you have the luxury, you quite enjoy all of your species, so the point is irrelevant. But I didn't really enjoy my Timors. They were cool. I like to look at them. I like to interact with them. But for the most part, I did not enjoy them. Do you think I did the right thing for moving them on, or to try and find someone that's just as passionate as I am for mangroves about Timors? Inside jokes. But do you think I was wrong for trying to move them on? Or your language, I know, Gary. But as long as we space it out, as long as none of us swear for like 10 minutes now, we're fine. But do you think I was wrong for moving them on, or you see what I'm trying to say?
I don't think you're wrong. I've got nothing that I could say I don't enjoy.
Yeah, exactly,
would be my thing. I've got things I enjoy more than others, but like for example, it's more. I think my style, my rationing for keeping is very much on what I've wanted and how long I've wanted it for, and kind of like that kind of is how I value the animals in that sense. So if there was a fire in my house tomorrow and everybody was out safe and I managed to grab a few reptiles, I'd be grabbing my frilled dragons first.
Yeah.
I would then probably grab my bearded dragon just because he's more of a pet than anything else. Yeah. But at the same point, Nathan, who's in the chat, if Nathan turned around to me tomorrow and said, "I want Toothless," which he was a shared pet, we had him in the flat together when we lived together, I would give it to him in a heartbeat. I wouldn't want money for it. He could have him. He could have the pip. There you go. Because I know that he would be well looked after, and then he's maybe not getting the same level of care or excitement from my level of keeping as he would from somebody else. But I wouldn't give him to anyone, and I wouldn't sell him. I wouldn't sell him for market value. I wouldn't sell him for good money for what a normal bearded dragon would cost, even though nobody would pay anything for him. But so I get what you're meaning. I'm not at that stage yet where I've got something I'm not enjoying. It may happen. But other than these mountain horn dragons and one of the royals that was like a gift, nothing really is. I've wanted everything for so long that
it's not on the table.
It's different. Yeah,
it's a fair point.
And then the only thing in recent years that I've impulse bought was the last Doncaster me and Nathan went down to. You're about to get your wish, Nathan. The last Doncaster we went down to, I was like, I'm buying something. I'm buying an animal, and that's the worst
thing to do.
The worst thing you could do.
Reptile show.
And then I went through all that. I went through it all. There was a few different animals that I like. There was a few things that were maybe on some of my lists. There was a Antaresia. I can't remember what species, but it was an Antaresia dwarf python. I was like, oh, they're really cool. There was a breeder that was selling a bunch of micro geckos, not like day geckos, but like viper geckos, those kind of things. I ended up purchasing 2 tiny little Madagascar ground gecko things. They were not cheap, but they weren't expensive.
Did they have little orange? They're teeny tiny, like baby fingers, and
Yeah,
they have like little orange knobbly tails.
no, they just looked like a little gecko. Like their tails were quite normal looking.
Oh, okay.
And I remember like because it was at Doncaster racing course. I remember me and Nathan sat like on the stands, and I was like kind of researching, going right. Can I care for these things? I wanted the viper geckos more, but these things kind of there was something about them that stuck to me. Like, oh, they're a bit more rarer, they're a bit cooler, like they were tropical, which was something that at the time I was like, I can't. If I get something arid, it's going to add more heat to my room. I then got Kimberly's. Fuck me, but back then, I was like the downside to the viper geckos was they were they were they were arid. So for me, I went for these kind of like little tropical geckos. One died before I even got it home.
Oh god.
And then the other one died within a week.
Oh god.
And that is the only time that I've impulse bought something. And then was like, I take 50% of the blame, and in the sense of I take full responsibility for what had happened, and that I shouldn't have bought them. In the case of, but like I bought them, I gave them the correct environment. One of them passed away before I even got it home, which was, or like the next morning got it home, and so obviously didn't transport very well, which was very shit. There you go, 2 swear words in 4 minutes.
That's it. We've got no money in this podcast now. We might as well wrap the whole thing up.
Yeah, there's a cat. People pay.
Donate, Nathan. Damn it. So I'm going to Google this quickly because I had a back in the day. I had a tiny little Madagascar ground gecko thing, and I bred them, and the babies were literally like the size of a baby fingernail. So
they weren't picked at the same family, I believe.
I'm going to Google it and then put a picture up. Oh, are you Googling too?
Yeah.
This is like Inception. Don't worry, guys. I'll show you all. Ocelot gecko. No, this is not what I had. No, this is not what I had. I don't know what I had, but I didn't have those.
But well, anyway, and that was kind of like my one and only truly impulse. Didn't know anything about the species. Did as much research as I could there, and then and then like that was a learning curve that I took where I'm like, right, it's something that I need to work on in the case of like this. You really shouldn't just impulse buy, and it was a hard learning curve as well.
Because for the Kims, you it's the massive cat. God, for the Kims, you were how do I say this? Not reserved, but that's the first word that comes into my head. You were. I don't know if that was more monetary though, because you've obviously said that they were the most money you've ever spent on a lizard. But you were quite reserved and for an animal that you wanted forever. Because like for me, it's just like let's get them, and you're like, oh, I need to think this through. But then that's probably your I don't want to impulse coming through.
There was a lot of factors with those Kims. The age.
Oh yeah, I know there was a few moving parts.
There was a few, money wise, yeah. Like obviously we went halves on them, and it was there was a few factors with them, but I think it was just like a lot of different things, and then you almost are hesitant. Like when it actually happens, you can sit and talk about it for ages. Like, oh, I want to get this, I'm going to get this, and then as soon as the chance comes to actually have it, you're like, do I want it? Am I ready?
I'm the same with that male piece.
Can I house it properly?
Yeah.
But
it's not worth it impulsing. I'm Stefan's saying he impulse brought the Nile. I effectively impulse brought Mango in a way. Like saw her on Pre-Loved. I had a Viv. I was like, all right, let's get a mangrove. And I just wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready for it.
Most I've impulse bought things, but it's been a case of I want this species. I'll get this species when it comes available. Like my royal, I was actively searching for a royal, actively searching for a snake. I almost ended up with a super dwarf retic as my first snake. I was just like, I want a snake. I'm getting a snake.
Mm.
And then obviously local. There's nobody keeps anything, nobody breeds anything. So it was just a case of whatever came up first. And a super dwarf retic came up first that I was like, should I go for? And I was speaking to the guy, and he's like, "Oh yeah, have you got like reptile or snake experience?" I was like, "Yeah, like I keep a few
Loads,
things."
mate. Yeah.
But would not have been ready for a retic. But he was like, "Oh, it's quite chilled. It's it was like 80% super dwarf," and I was like, "Right, okay." And I asked all the right questions, like how big were the parents? Like, kind of like got a rough idea how it was about 4 years old, so it was a decent size, but at the same point, it was comfortably living in a 4x2x2. Like when I looked at pictures and stuff, so I was like, this isn't a massive snake. The only thing was that he said was like, it's quite feisty, like it's got a retic personality, and I was like, well,
I don't
everything
want
else I
that.
keep wants to kill me. Why would a snake be any different?
Yeah.
And then he just like everything was going well, and then he just ghosted me. And that's probably the best thing that's ever happened to me because it was a beautiful snake. But yeah,
Yeah.
thinking back now, that would have been
Hindsight
not a good.
2020.
So then this ad came up on Gumtree because I was actively looking. An ad came up on Gumtree for a royal that just this kid had got fed up with, didn't want to keep it anymore, had it for 6 months, bought it from the pets at home that's local 6 months ago, kept it in a fish tank with a heat mat, and was too scared to hold it. When I got there, he would only hold it with oven gloves. Was too scared to hold it. Was feeding it small mice because that's what they suggested to feed it, but this thing had doubled, tripled in size. It was a fair bit bigger. It needed more than small mice, and the shop had said that it had only ever been eating small mice, so they just kept feeding it small mice. And I got it on. They must have had it for longer than 6 months. Thinking back, because they were feeding it small mice because that's what the shop was feeding it. But when I got it, it was happily taking large or extra large mice straight off the bat. There you go. That's Albus. He's going away. He's very fat and he's very big. And you could do anything with him.
He's like a ferret.
Nathan broke him.
Oh. I don't want to know. Sid just climbed up on my shoulder to watch his own. So, what's his name? Scandinavian Guanas said that his Grisius were getting it on to your boy's voice. So I'm clearly the monitor man. Monitors love coming out to hear me talk. I'm not in a rush, but we're at 2.5 hours. Did you want to start wrapping up, or should we start a new topic?
I'm happy to keep going or whatever.
Oh, we got more money! We keep going now. We got money.
This phone's on 25%. My other one's fully charged, so
we can change over. Well, that's it, guys. We're talking all night by the sounds of it. Okay, let's change gears. What do I want to change gears to? It's hard. You know, I really struggled talking to Matt, and I'm sort of struggling to talk to you purely because we talk so much.
Yeah.
That I already know what you're going to say. If that makes sense. So then I'm like,
I had this thought list. I was like, right, what am I going to talk about? I was like, oh, Paul will have a question. I'm like, but what would, because like we've spoken so much and we spoke about me coming on this podcast for so long that you're like, oh, that would be a good, or like, oh, we'll discuss this or we'll discuss that. Because like me and you share quite similar thoughts on things. You get a bit more serious than I do about a lot of things. I'm quite just like, I think one thing that we discuss quite a bit is about ethics in keeping reptiles. Seems to be something that you're quite strong on the opinion of, like, they need the very best, like we're taking them from the wild, they need these massive zoo-like enclosures, whereas I'm quite happy to keep, not in the minimum. I don't believe that people should keep the minimum, and you should keep them in as big of enclosures as you can. But like, I feel reptile keeping is a very selfish thing, and if you do not believe that, then you're deluding yourself. Like we keep these, any pet keeping, to be fair, but we're talking reptiles. We keep reptiles in boxes for our enjoyment.
This is the conversation that I'm here for. This is the
Yeah,
deep shit. And now we're at
yeah.
2.5 hours, guys. For the 18 people still here, shit's about to get real. Cause, right? Let's make this shit about me. So, obviously, you and I talk every day. There's no point in saying we
Uh-huh.
don't. We do. Aye. All right. Jesus Christ. And it's either this is a cool lizard picture, this is a cool lizard picture, this is a cool lizard picture, or it's I'm not going to swear. I hate my life. I'm going to sell everyone. This is not good enough. But it's not from a place of like, I don't want them. It's like you say, I want them to have better, and I don't feel like I can give them better. And now I'm building a great big massive Viv that's decapitated 2 of my toes, and I have blood everywhere. I'm probably going to get demonetized for that. I need to stop. Anyway, I think it's probably going to be the best and worst thing I've ever done in my keeping, because I think I'm going to put whatever lizard I'm going to put in there, and it's going to have so much room and space for activities. And I'm going to go, well, the rest of my lizards don't have this. And I can't build this sort of size Viv for everybody. So why do my Kimberleys get a 6x2x2 for argument's sake, but then Toad gets a 7x4x7? So size to space ratio, it doesn't work out. Well, that's a big cat. I think the chat might be a little bit behind, but not that it matters. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, because I think I might have to sell a few animals or give you some more Kimberleys.
And green trees.
I'm not getting the green trees. I'm keeping the green trees. I'm keeping the
Until
green trees.
until you want to put Kermit and
Until
Keda in a 8x2.5 by
when I
8.
saw the 4x4x6, I was like, "Oh, this is not a bad size for a pair of tree monos." 4x4x6 seems alright, because it's 4 deep. 4 deep's massive.
It's like I was shocked when I went from 2 to 2.5 feet. Like that's just an extra half a foot.
Well,
So,
like you
yeah.
said when you saw my 6x3x3.
Yeah.
Yeah, let alone, but like now, the 8x3x3 that Mango's in, that she's no longer going to be in, I'm like, what do I do with it? Do I cut it in half and make 2 4x3x3s? Because that's an upgrade for pretty much half my stuff, in a way. Or do I just give it straight to the Bosque and just chuck him straight in there so he's got a mansion? You know? What do I do? I don't know. And do I even keep the Bosque? I don't know. Who do I move on? Because we spoke about this again. Because if I'm trying to save space because I want to upgrade people, it makes sense to move on big animals like a Bosque. If I'm talking financially, it makes sense to move on the Gillenai and the Kims. I'm not going to make any rash decisions and do it quickly. I had a couple of people reach out to me on Instagram and be like, "Can I buy your lizard?" And I like judgmentally looked at their Instagram and was like, "No."
Which lizard? Which one are you interested in? A baby Aki? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I think upgrading Mango into this 6x4x6 it's going to level up my keeping for sure, but it's also going to make me really question everything I do more than I already do, and I already struggle so much. But I believe the universe sends you lessons, right? I was talking to Fee about this the other day, and I was voice noting someone. I talked to so many people, I don't know who it was. Could have been you. I genuinely believe the universe sends you teachings, right? Like lessons. And if you don't learn it, it keeps sending it. So back in the day when I used to keep, I had lots of animals in adequate enclosures. I've always been quite big. I used to have a Burmese in an 8x4x3 when people were keeping them in 6x2x2. So I've always had bigger enclosures. And then that reptile one was abolished. I got back into keeping lots of bugs, and I kept my bugs in tubs like most people keep their bugs, bred a bunch of scorpions and stuff. And then I got into Paul's reptile parties and had like random reptiles. And then that went away, and then I pushed them all away. And now I'm Paul's monitors. And I finally think I've found my space with the monitors. The monitors are true. The monitors are definitely my thing. They really get me going in comparison. But now I keep coming back to this place going, they deserve more, they deserve more, they deserve more. So I think I just need to listen to the lesson that my brain, because obviously it's each to their own. Like some people are okay with it, some people make things worse. I've spoken to Scandinavian Goannas a couple of times, and he's been honestly great. Like as a more experienced keeper, like he's he's really been insightful for me. And long story short, saying what I'm saying similar now. You've got to make it work for what makes it work for you. And yeah, there we go. Here we go. I was about to say this. I was literally about to say this. And usable surface area. So, for example, Mango's 6x4x6 I'm building. If I just put dirt on the bottom of that, it's irrelevant, isn't it? Obviously, you and I know this, but we're talking to now 19 people. But if I make every single inch of that enclosure usable, then that's a lot of space. But her 8x3x3 at the moment, fully decked out, is better because 8x3 is the same floor space as 6x4. It's exactly the same square foot, right? So 24 square foot of floor space. But then obviously she's only got 3 foot tall in one, and then she's got 6 foot tall in the other. But if I don't give her any height, it's irrelevant. So making use of a smaller enclosure, even though it's the same size, air floor area, is better. Like putting an animal, for example, in a 4 foot long, 2 foot deep, 3 foot tall, it's the same area as a 6x2x2. But if you don't use the 3 foot height, it's irrelevant, you know. And people don't make cages 3-dimensional. And I could just put animals in smaller cages and make the cages 3-dimensional. I make my cages 3-dimensional anyway. You remember when we were doing the mangrove fifth, and I was like, it needs another stick, needs another stick, and you were like, there's enough sticks. I was like, no, there's gap in the air, sticks. So I know I'm going to fill Mango's Viv up and it's going to be like usable space. So I'm okay with giving bigger enclosures. But I just...
But I remember when you got back into Adaptria, this is why you wanted Gilleneye and Kimberley's and...
So I could have small animals in big boxes.
Yeah.
But the problem is...
But now you want to sell these to get big lizards in bigger boxes.
Hang on, wait. Okay, now we can talk. My problem is, right, now, I don't care for the money, all right? I'm not a rich man at all, but when I need money for something, I tend to find it, okay? So it's not like I want to sell the Kims or the Gilleneye for money. That's not what it comes into. It would be nice to fund the builds, I'm not going to lie, but there's not a financial incentive because I can just save for a few months and I can do another build. I'm a very impatient man, so obviously I'd like to fast track, but it's space. But then, like you've told me, rightfully so, selling Gilleneye does not give you space. I don't disagree. It doesn't give me any space. But for me, the fact that but then Toad came on the table. But the fact that they come on the table, that I could potentially sell them, in my messed up brain, no swearing, in my messed up brain, means that they're not true. Because I've never, ever thought about selling Kermit, Kader. I've never thought about selling Woog before it died and got out. And then when I got back in my head, it was dead. So that it's almost like I didn't own it. And now I haven't seen him since January because he's been off trying to bloody make babies that he's not making. But Kermit Kader, so the green trees, I've never thought about selling my Ackies, ever. I've never thought about selling Mango, ever. I thought about selling Toad purely just because I needed space. And then...
I remember when, yeah.
Yeah, but now Toad's staying. You know, the bearded dragon's not going anywhere.
It doesn't leave you with much.
So, Bumpy, Kimberley's, Gilleneye, Snake.
And the rest of the mangroves.
Never. But yeah. But then if I did sell the Kimberley's, the Gilleneye, the Bosque, because the Bosque's obviously a lot of space. But then again, I worry, and like, where's the Bosque going to go? Because it's not going to go into more, and it's not because I'm the best. I say this in every podcast. It's because no one wants them. You know what I mean? So where does it go? Like, what if only Mike was living in the UK? Like, Mike could have bloody Bumpy, but then I'd be more upset if Bumpy went than I would be the Kimberleys because I'm more emotionally attached to Bumpy than I am the Kimberleys, and I want to be like you, and I want to be a keeper, not a breeder. I don't want to go, oh yeah, Kims are a cool project. Like, Kims are really cool, but like I could get Kims again in 15 years. Probably couldn't get peach throats and mangroves again in 15 years. Yeah. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do.
I'm just laughing because this is just a
This is
nightly occurrence.
this
I
is the
get this
daily
voice note at
group
least
chat.
once a night.
I sent you a 7-minute voice note the other day about how and what I was going to do in my room, and then it changed the next day, all because of a bloody male peach throat that I may or may not be getting.
Yeah.
It's just, oh mate, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I generally don't know what to do. So I'm not going to rush anything. I'm just going to wait and see, like Dan said, one by one. The problem I have is I don't have space to do everyone, so something somewhere's got to give.
I also think as well, though, is that you've got a lot of unknowns in your room currently with the 5 baby mangroves.
Sexing, yeah.
Yeah. Like, if they all turn out to be male, how many of them are you keeping?
2.
Realistically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there goes half your room of space.
Yeah.
Right there, it's opened up.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
If they turn out to be the perfect, Mungo turns out to be a male for Mango, the other 2 both turn out.
Well, in an ideal, the pair that's together will stay together, the big pair. Speck and Mungo are a pair, because then I don't have to split them. And then Hopper is a male for Mango, because they're separate.
Yeah.
That's the ideal, which means that I'm keeping all of them, which I'm cool with. I'm cool with keeping all the mangroves. I don't want to sell any of the mangroves.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with that. And I can house them together in 8 foot long, 4 foot deep, 6 foot talls with a divider. So they'll be in 4x4x6. I'm okay with that. After seeing it, I was like, that's a usable space. That's fine. I can deal with that. I can fit that. That's fine. But then what does make me sad is knowing that I won't be able to keep my lineage going with all that I've got because I don't have space for baby mangroves, as in long term. And that for me upsets me. And what would I rather? My very first baby produced from Mango or Kimberley Rock monitors? Now that
But
would
then
be.
that's not.
It's not. I know it's not a problem today, but because I think about it now, I'm like, well, why have I even got them? I can't enjoy them. Mate, I know. I know.
No, but then also I would say that you're not going to keep. You would try, but it's not an equal. It's not an equal comparison.
No.
But knowing you as well, you want to keep Kermit and Kada. You want to eventually keep another pair of Persinas, and then you also want to keep the babies from both pairs.
Like, but then I probably won't keep the baby Prasinas now. I'd probably just.
So you're saying you wouldn't keep Kada's first baby?
No, I don't think so.
I
don't think so. I think my keeping changes every day, but
yeah,
where I'm at right now is just have stuff as pets, just pets outside of the mangroves. The mangroves are project. Everything else is pets. So I don't need pairs. That's where my head is right now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sell Kermit or Kada because I don't need a pair. But that's fine. They're just my pets.
Yeah.
That's where I want to be. They're just my pets. The only things I'm going to really try to breed, at least right now, are the mangroves. And that's it. But then I'm like, where do they go? Like, where's the market? So I'm like, why am I even focusing? I'll be better off breeding green trees, making millions.
But then,
buying blue
if that's what you enjoy, then it doesn't need to be.
Like no, but you don't need that many. I could just have the pear and mango, and then that's it. He's mangrove mad. I am mangrove mad. Like, but like mangroves are my thing. Mangroves really like. It's not even mangroves. It's mango. It's just mango. Like, I wouldn't move on my mangroves, but if all of my mangroves were to be sold tomorrow outside of mango, I'd get over it. But if mango was to go tomorrow, I think I'd sell everything. It's different.
Yeah, I don't see the attraction.
It's different levels.
I know what you're meaning.
You know what I mean? It's different levels. Like, I don't know. Like, Kimberleys are stunning. They really are stunning. Gil and I. Paul, do you need it? Oh, you're not helping, Jonas. Jesus Christ. Of course I need a female Bakari. Like, black trees are probably my favorite tree monitor. They're just too expensive. But like, then that's another one as well. Kermit and Kada keeping. They're my babies. Woog and Matt's female. Or a pair of black trees.
I know what I'd rather you did.
I know what you'd rather did. And I know what I'd rather do. Keep Woog. because I need to try and prioritize my animals and not keep dreaming about animals I don't have.
I think it's really hard to plan everything because, like, tomorrow you could find out Kata's male, and like you say, like, are you at this point in your keeping, are you okay with having 3 male green trees? Yes, because they're your pets and you don't need pairs. Right, great, that's fine. And then you're saying, well, if your mangroves, if they all turn ridiculous odds that they all turn out to be male, but if they all turn out to be male, then no, not fine. You can't keep.
No, I can't house them all.
Yeah,
Not in
but then
how I
also
want
you
to
never
house
know
them.
what the future holds, and like you more than anybody else knows that shit can happen, or shit can things can get better. Like it's
Yeah,
it's hard because you're not in a final place. You're not.
I could be a
It's
millionaire next year, and I could have a facility, and I've sold all my animals anyway.
yeah
Paul's monitors could go global.
yeah. It's you can only really plan for the space you've got, and
Yeah, of course. You can't dream about tomorrow. You can't think to yourself, "Oh,
oh,
in
it's fine,
3
I'll
years."
upgrade it in the future,
Yeah, it
things
doesn't
like that.
work.
But
Yeah.
at the same point, it's I try and not worry about things that are going to happen tomorrow if I've got not even contingencies, but like if both my Kimberleys turn out to be male, then I would be gutted. I would probably look for a female, but I'm not worried in the sense of I've got the space that I can house them in my current room. Would it
Yeah.
mean that then something else would have to give? Yes, like might not be able to keep or buy another animal down the line, for example. But
Yeah, it
it's
is hard. I think I will be putting my Savannah into the 8x3x3. But yeah, it is hard. It is hard. It is hard to know what to do. So there you go. That's how it is because you never know what's coming up. I think we all have animals that if I found them, I would just get them even if I had to sell the car to own them. Yeah, I don't like I say, I'm not putting my stuff up for sale. Full stop. Like if someone messages me and they're a good keeper and it's a sensible price, the Audatria could potentially go. If I find the most impeccable, incredible home for Bumpy, Bumpy could potentially go. But I'm not going to rush out and do anything tomorrow because, like you say, if I grow out 3 boy mangroves, then the space of 1 mangrove would house the Kimberleys and the bloody Jesus Christ, and the Gillenai, and the Gillenai. So I'm not going to rush into anything, but it does. I don't know why it plagues my brain so much. I really don't know why I can't just be okay with what I do. Because the amount of people as well, like without me being big headed, the amount of people that say to me, "Are you doing a great job?" and I just don't feel like I am. And because you're my mate, that's genuine. Like when I'm online again, oh no, like, you know how much I struggle and how bad I feel. And a part of me is like, why do I even keep? What's the point? But I couldn't be without it. But I do generally think less would be so much better for me. But I just, for some reason, I never have less. I always end up having more. And even now, I'm like, oh, I could do with black trees. I could do with bloody Mitchellii. I could
blue
do with
trees.
blue trees. I could do with Strophoros. Obviously, they're tiny little geckos, so it's irrelevant. Could do with Nephorus. I could do with Tokay geckos. So
Kingorum.
Kingorum. Yeah, I want some kings.
Paul wants Kingorum.
I want Kingorum. But this is what I'm saying. I want all these things, but now I'm selling some animals to gain space, and it's just like it doesn't make sense to me.
But then I remember how you were feeling, not even 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, when you're like, I want Gillenai. I'm actively searching for Gillenai. I think Gillenai are going to be amazing. I'm going to love Gillenai.
I do love Gillenai. I think Gillenai are great. I generally do think they're great. And if I was to sell them, it would not be for any other reason outside of Jesus Christ. We've just got attacked live in Paul's monitors by a Maybug. Just flew in and attacked me. I wouldn't sell them for any other reason outside of they're one of the ones I'm least emotionally attached to, and that's all it comes down to. You know, like the bearded dragon, that's not going anywhere. Like that's a pet. Like I'm just gonna move. I'm gonna actively once I've moved my room around this week, next week. I'm gonna actively list up my snakes and sell my snakes. That will free me up some space. I'm going to sell them with the Vivs or give them away or whatever I'm going to do. I'm not really worried about the money. I'll just give them away. And then I'm going to go from there, really. There's no lizards really that I've got that I want to sell. So then I'm like, just deal with what you've got, Paul, because I don't want to sell any of my lizards. But then
And
I
you
know.
don't, and like seeing, like I've had very deep insights into your plans for your rooms in your future. There's not a necessity or a need other than you want to go bigger than the bigger you already want to go.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But
no, I can keep all of what I've got.
In bigger enclosures. Like
Yeah.
you're already planning bigger. What's going around in your brain at the moment is that you want bigger than the bigger you already have planned. Whereas for me, I think what they're in is fine.
Enough,
I think what you've got planned is amazing, and you going for even bigger than that is just a bit of an overkill. But again, that's your brain.
A lighting mood's up. It's a Maybug, like our June bugs in the States. Little dipshit beetles that fly into your heads. Yeah, but are we in June? Oh, we're in May. We are in May? We're in May. We're in May. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. What are your thoughts on having diurnal pets when working out of the house during the day? I keep Crepuscular, and as I'd worry that diurnal would miss out on something if I was working away. So you and I do the same thing, I think. Have late light cycles. My lights are 10 till 10. So I work 8 till 5. My lights come on at 10, they go off at 10. Gives me 5 hours to deal with my animals. That's what
Mine are similar. In winter they're 12 to 11, 12 to 10, and then push it back. And I think I go about 11 to 11. My room's got no natural light, so it's very much just relying on cycling and time and stuff. So it's slightly different. I've also got it slightly on timers, so that there's a few vibs go on at different times, few vibs come on off a bit earlier. My frill dragons stay on an hour later than everything else, so that I can play with them for a bit longer.
Yeah, Mango's 11 till Mango's 10 till 11. Yeah.
Just because I know I'll be playing with them for slightly longer. I don't think that animals require us to be there to be happy. Obviously, you need to meet their needs, and you need to, they need to have everything met for them. But I feel guilty leaving my dog when I go to work. I don't feel guilty that my animals are out and about. I provide everything for them, as they should.
Yeah.
I do sometimes feel that as a keeper, I should keep something that's a bit more works with my time schedule for my enjoyment, which is why I've got crepuscular diurnal animals. I've got a bit of everything, so that if I've got a day off work and I'm at home, I can enjoy the animals that are out and about. If I'm getting home late one night, maybe I've got staff meetings or something and I'm running late, and by the time I get home, have dinner, put daughter to bed and stuff like that, I'm just getting into the reptile room as lights are closed or turning off. I've got geckos and pythons and stuff that are out and about that I can still play with, even if other things are sleeping.
Yeah, so I'm the same. I don't have a nocturnal species or crepuscular species. I just have diurnals. But also, I'm so fucking busy. God damn it, I'm so busy. Like with just like this weekend, I was just being dad. I was doing a lot of reptile stuff, but I was trying to be dad. Like I try my best to try and be a boyfriend. I don't know if she's still here or not, but I try my best to be a boyfriend. You know, I work full time. All my animals take up a lot of my time, and then I'm really trying really hard to do this social media stuff. And I, for one, very much underestimated how much time it would take to be good at social media in the sense of replying to everybody. I think I'm on. I think. Wow, like that. We've been talking now for 3 hours, right? And I've just opened up my Instagram. I've got 14 messages in 3 hours. Right? It's ridiculous. But 17.8 thousand on the IG now, and it's a lot. It's a lot, you know. So that I take up so much time with that. So sometimes it's nice for me to have. If I had geckos, I'd feel like I'd have to do stuff at night. So like it's nice for me sometimes just to go right. They shut off. So now
Yeah.
I can either just be boyfriend or pool or social media, but it gives me time to have a break.
I get that. Things like at nighttime, sometimes if I'm like counterpoint, sometimes I'm running late and stuff. I've not managed to mess around with the lizards and stuff, but I maybe need that like for my own kind of just enjoyment. I want to go in and I want to mess with my lizards. I'll be able to like
Play with
feed
the
the
geckos.
feed the New Caledonia stuff. All my royals are on. They don't have feeding schedules, so it's just a case of if I see that they're a bit more they're like looking for food, I'll feed them, or if I know I fed them like a small meal last time, I'll feed them a bit sooner and stuff like that. So I kind of work it off my own kind of judgment or my own routines as well. So sometimes
Yeah, no,
I do
I
get
don't disagree.
I do get what you're meaning, because sometimes I'm just like, oh, I just want to go to bed, but I know I didn't like I need to go put gecko diet into the Vivs because it'll
You didn't
go
do it, yeah.
they prefer it before, just as they're waking up and stuff like that. So it's got its negatives, but it's also got its positives. And for me, most of my stuff's awake during the day.
Yeah.
There's not much that's out at night, but then that odd time that I am up at night, it's quite nice to be able to go in and see these animals that you maybe don't see as much during the day.
With that being said, though, I do want geckos. I want Strophoros. I really want Strophoros. And I'd probably put them up here.
Are they crepuscular?
No, they're nocturnal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I
I'll
think.
get you some.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah. She's got them. Does she
Aye.
want? I'll swap her for Rackies. Yeah. No, they're. I'm pretty sure they're nocturnal. They could be crepuscular. Excuse me. The only problem with Elijah weekends, right? My child, I don't go to bed until about 1 o'clock in the morning, but my child wakes up at 6 regularly, so I get 5 hours, and then back to back to back to back. I don't want Williamsi. I want Ciliaris and what's it? Spingurus.
Yeah. I could read them. I couldn't.
Yeah, Spingurus. They breed like crickets. Yeah, I don't want Williamsi. I don't just mind Williamsi, but I want Ciliaris and Spingurus. And I also want knobtail geckos. And I also want tokay geckos. And Kingorum. But for now,
Jonas can help you with most of that.
yeah, Jonas is going to sort
Just
me
get it
right
on a
out.
plane.
Too bad, don't have those. He can't help me. But like I say, for me, I think the best thing for me, why I like to voice this sort of stuff. Like I know my brain is a very strange place, but I think I've got some undiagnosed issues. But I like to hash it out and I like to voice it because I know I'm not the only person that thinks the way that I think. Maybe no one's as extreme as me, but I know some people think things that I think, and I just like the idea that people realize that they're not alone. And that is why I sort of hash it all out. But I think for me, the worst thing is looking. Like I used to check pre-love for the American people. It's like Craigslist. 3 times a day, 4 times a day, 5 times a day. I'm lucky to check it twice a week now, which is good because I don't say to myself, "No, Paul, don't check it." I just don't check it.
Yeah.
So I'm getting better at just enjoying that what I've got, you know.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think when I find myself going down that rabbit hole of checking all the like Gumtree, Pre-Loved, and different websites, and like I'll check the classified WhatsApp groups daily, but like to actually go actively searching for a new animal, I
Yeah.
can click myself out of it that's kind of I'm looking for something, but then I think it's hard as well because normally you've got something lined up anyway, but you're like I've got things lined up, I've got things that I need to go pick up. Why am I looking through a classified site to see what else is available?
And no money either. Like I've just spent all my money on a Viv, so why am I looking
Mhm.
at lizards? So yeah,
I
like
had Kimberly's at yours waiting for a courier to pick them up. Dream animal, wanted it for the last 13 years, but I was looking through Pre-Loved for random crap. Like, why?
I think people just do it when they're sad, because I know when I'm down, the first thing I do is look at new animals because it's the dopamine here, isn't it? It's the whoa, new animal, look how cool this is, and then it becomes part of the furniture. And you go on the hedonic treadmill and drop back down. So then you're like, I'm sad again, and I'm even aware of that just because of life as a general, but I
I
still do
think
it.
I think for me it works because there's nothing local to me. So it's very hard for me to go and just pick something up. It's happened, but it's very hard for me to go pick something up. And then also because I've got these plans in place, or I've got animals and lists and that I try and stick to as closely as possible, it then starts thinking into is this what I really want? Is this something that um am I going to have to sacrifice something else to get this? Thankfully I don't have a local reptile shop. So I'm not going to walk in and see something cool and go, oh, that's
That's
quite
annoying,
nice, and
yeah.
then go in the next week and see it again, and then kind of work myself up that way.
Yeah.
I don't get that, thankfully. But
You say it to you say you've said it to me quite a few times. You say short term gain, long term loss. Like you say that a lot. And I say to people, doesn't matter what message you're preaching, sometimes you just don't hear it. And the other day I
yeah,
was listening to a podcast about addiction, and they were saying that addicts um give up their long term goals for short term highs. And obviously, it's exactly the same as what you have been saying. And I don't, as much as I don't disagree, but it just didn't click. And listening to that and the way that they worded that just made it click. And I
it
was like,
was
oh, go on.
it was like I won't get into it too much, but when that opportunity came up that we were possibly getting extra animals, you
Mm,
seen the state I got myself into with it,
mm.
because I was going to potentially get an animal, and I had it so worked up in my head that I was like, this is the only opportunity I'll ever get to get this animal. I need to take this opportunity. But to get the animal, I knew in my head it meant that I wasn't going to be able to get Persinus in the future, because it meant that the space that it would take up means that I couldn't get that. And that was the kind of, do I want this animal now or do I want Persinus in the future? Same with Gordon. Like, I think Gordon's a fantastic snake. You joke all the time you're going to send him to me. I
You can have
was
him. He's free.
I was when the courier was coming to pick up my Kims, I had every opportunity to tell the courier, right, by the way, you're getting it, because I'd paid for it. Like, he would have just picked up Gordon as well, dropped him off at the same time. I've got the Viv space sat there. But then if I got Gordon, I knew that I would never be able to move Gordon on, because that's not what I do. I keep my animals for well, at the moment, is their entire lives.
Yeah.
Um, which meant, again, I would either need to mean that something somewhere was going to have to give in my future plans. And do I want that snake or the animals that we had possibly had the opportunity to get more than the animals that I want long term, like my future animal goals? Or is it just a case of I want them because they're there and they're present and there's a possibility?
Sometimes, sometimes animals don't live up to expectations, though.
And yes, and that I think that's and I think it takes a lot to kind of realize that and say, like, no, I'm not giving this animal the correct care. Um, but I think as well, if that normally happens when you're maybe impulse buying stuff, or you're getting stuff because for not even the wrong reasons, but um, it's a tricky one. But thankfully I've not got there yet with any of the animals. I might do, and there's animals that I'm picking up that they might not live up to what I feel for them, and I've not wanted them for as long as other animals, and I've heard they may not be suited for what I want, but we'll have to wait and see.
Imagine being in this situation. Imagine. So, desert monitors, I'm assuming, I could be wrong because of common names. I'm assuming Griseus, or bloody tricolors. Like, I had a similar thing. Like, a pair of quince monitors came up, and I already knew the mangroves were coming in. And a pair of quinces came up, and I was like, I fucking love quince, and they're CITES 1 or whatever they are. You can't get them or whatever it is. And they're not coming in anymore. I had the money, but then if these mangroves didn't come in, if these mangroves did come in, I'd be gutted that I got the quince. But if the mangroves didn't come in, I'd be gutted that I didn't get the quince. But then again, my long-term goal was mangroves. So I decided not to get the quince. So like you're deciding not to get Gordon, or well, we all decided. I don't mind talking on that situation with those animals, but we were going to get the animals. And I even rearranged my entire room and put some animals in small
but
bibs.
I got myself that worked up. Well, I don't care, but like I got myself that worked up about those monitors that I was like, and then I sat down and thought about it. I was like, do I it was blue trees. I was like, do I want a blue tree monitor? I was like, no. What do I want? A green tree monitor. Well, I'm controversial for anyone who likes blue trees, but I was like, I don't want a blue tree. Why am I getting a blue tree?
The context of the story is, I got a message from someone on Instagram that I'd spoken to a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, who I ended up speaking to through Michael, because he got a tristis not from me. I rehomed a tristis that had like a really stumpy tail. This guy got it, ended up speaking to Michael about it. I said, that's my tristis, because me and Michael know each other. And then this guy ended up speaking to me. Fast forward a month or so, this guy said, oh, I've got something for you. My friend's selling up his reptile collection, and he's got McRae. And I was like, right, how much? So I speak to the guy on the phone, and he's like, how much? I can't even remember how much it was. It was like 800 quid. I can't remember. It was like 800 quid.
They were very cheap.
Yeah, it was like 800 quid. And I was like, yeah, I was like, why are they so cheap? And he was like, oh, I just want good homes. I just want this. And it was clearly a scam. But the guy was like, just come and get them, pay cash on collection. So either they were planning on killing me, or it was real. Because
it was,
yeah.
It was hard because it wasn't like, oh, just give me any money you can. Like I've had people try and scam me, but they're like, oh well, once you say they're too expensive, they knock off more money. This was a case of like, it was too good to be true, but at the same time, it was just good enough to be believable in the sense.
It was worth our time to go and look at it.
Yeah,
because there was no, oh, just pay me 20% up front. It was just come and have a look. If you're not happy,
the story worked out. Like there was province, there was like people, like we knew people who knew people, like people knew each other. There was no cash being exchanged before the animals. There was like, it was still a lot of money for the animals, and like the guy was like, oh, I bred them myself, so there's no, like, I'm not losing money from them. I just want to get money quick, in the sense of selling them slightly cheaper than they would. And I just remember sat there thinking, I'm never going to get this opportunity again. I need to take this opportunity. And then I remember going, but why am I doing it when it's not what I want? I remember getting myself so worked up about it, because it's a case of, do I really want this blue tree, or do I want to wait for whenever and get the green tree that I know that I want?
It's an exclusive, guys. I've never told this story, so people that follow me, you may or may not have seen. So the Viv that Cada is in now, I took Toad out of it, and put Toad into if I'm honest, a lesser enclosure for these blue trees, and I set this Viv up for these blue trees that I was going to get. Because I had to move my room around, because it was all very much like, oh, come on this date, come on that date, blah blah. And I put a couple of animals in smaller vivs, just temporary, like get this, get that, because there was some female glaucidea as well, wasn't there? Fucking 80 quid, like 80 quid female Kims.
But then again, you think 80 quid, that's really cheap. They were ex-breeders, they were overweight, they were like, things just fit. Like there was reasons for everything.
Yeah, like don't get us, like, people listening, like, we were very much like, we weren't like, oh my god, yeah, this is gonna happen, but it was worth my time to go and look at it, because if it was a scam, So long story short, the guy just wasted mine and his time because he was talking to me on the phone. I spoke to him on the phone multiple times.
Hours.
Sound guy. And yeah, he didn't ask for any money ever. Didn't ask for any. Anyway, long story short, it was a scam, or at least it didn't come into fruition.
Yeah, they ended up getting blacklisted from a lot of reptile groups for being time wasters. It turned out that I think it found out that he was going to be getting the animals but didn't have the animals yet, and which is why he was trying to flip them.
Basically, they're dirty scumbags, right?
Yeah, it was.
And a complete and utter waste of my time. And I hope they have a shit day. But I don't wish ill on them. I mean, I'm not that sort of person. But it was just But the point of the story, the moral of the story, is all of us, all parties involved, because there was a third party involved as well, you, me, and someone else, that were going to potentially get these blue trees. All parties involved were getting their hopes up. All parties involved were getting emotionally, mentally drained. And I came away from that going, I need to stop prioritizing animals I don't have over my current animals. And that taught me that very well. Like, I will never, don't get me wrong, an animal will come up and I'll be like, oh my God, I need to get it. I'll make it work. But I won't be downsizing or kicking out any of my current animals to do something like that again.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I would be. Yeah, it's in the sense of like, if somebody turned around to me tomorrow and went, "Do you want a black tree?"
Yes,
And
I
I'd
do.
go, well, right, well, sorry.
For
If
you,
somebody,
no, because of the
yeah, and then I'll
proceedings.
be like,
Yeah.
no, I don't like them as a species. And then like anybody listening would be like, that's ridiculous. Like you wouldn't turn down like a free black tree. I know myself personally, the second I get the animal in hand, I'd fall in love with it. And I'd enjoy it. Like or I buy this cheaper blue tree monitor. It's not the monitor I want. But I get it. I fall in love with it. It's great. It's a fantastic pet. I know that I could never sell it to move it on to get the green trees, which means that now I've completely jeopardized my entire future plans of getting green tree monitors because I was too impatient and got something that I maybe didn't want as much. I'm more about the individual animals, so I would have ended up forming an attachment to that individual animal and having a bond with that animal in particular and not wanting to move it on. But as a species, I would regret picking that one over something else.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's exactly right. And I'm just trying to get to that place now where I wouldn't toss up any of my species. Like I'm just trying, but I don't know if I'd ever get there. I think I'd just have to have mango. And I love the fact that, and I'm very envious of the fact that you can go, no, that's going to ruin my plans. Because obviously, again, to the counter argument, the blue tree lives 15 years, dies, you get green trees then.
True.
But it's not what you want. So you're not looking at that,
And I think like I try and not get my hopes up, but at the same point, like I've got like this kind of like grand plan of kind of how I want to do things, and if things start throwing things into the mix, like these Timors, if like it's just completely throwing everything out the window. But it's sometimes you just need to take the risk that you're going to enjoy something. Sometimes things happen and you just have to kind of go with it. But
the universe works in strange ways.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. So I have to read this one out because it's love to me and it's my podcast. That's why I love you, Paul. Agree with you, Master and Jonah. Thank you, Gary. I love you too. Yeah, it's a hard one. The blue trees got me. I don't know if you'll remember, Dan, because I was speaking to you at the time. When I was changing that Viv around, that was for getting some blue trees. They just never came into fruition. I don't even want blue trees. It's just because they were so cheap, and I was just like, I can't not get them.
Yeah.
I can't, don't get me wrong, I'd have blue trees, but they're not even third on my list for tree monitors. Like literally, it'd be blacks, greens, biacs, then blues, then yellows. Like so. Why would I even? And I know how much I struggle with my brain. Why am I going to get a 4-foot tree monitor? But you get caught up in it, and it's important to realize that. And no one's perfect. And again, that is why I like to have this platform because we're all human. We all make mistakes, and I feel like sometimes people look at people with a platform and they go, "Wow, they've got their shit together." And I just like to say that my stuff is not together, like at all, so far from it. And that's just why I share all these random stories. But I think you'll like them more than I did. Let's put it that way.
We'll see.
Yeah.
If they happen, like again, like I'm not even until I've got them in the back of my car.
Yeah, same as the Kims.
I'm not worrying about it. Like if it happens,
You don't
it
have to
happens.
say or anything like that, but like, have you got a date yet or no?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I don't mind saying like
Okay.
let's potentially picking up a trio of Timorenses.
A very familiar trio
Very.
to the
So
group.
yeah, it's trades and stuff like that. So again, like it's hard because we try and say that there's not monetary value and that these are animals' lives and no animal is worth more money than anything else, but there is monetary value, and unfortunately that's the world we live in.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to trade you an Aki for a green tree, am I?
Yeah.
So yeah.
But then at the same point, if I can pick up things and they're not going to cost me money, like basically somebody's offered me a trio of very familiar Timor monitors for some.
Do you mind or not?
No, on you go. Crack at
Okay,
it.
fine. So, long story short, everyone, no shade thrown at all because I don't care. I swapped my 3 Timors for 3 Timors and 2 Tristas for 4 Gillenite and 2 Kimberleys. Right? The Kimberleys were a suspected pair, not a guaranteed pair. My Tristas were a pair. My Timors are genuine captive bred, unrelated trio from the random wild caught. So they're all F1s. So I traded them. And now Michael potentially is getting my Timors. But you wanted my Timors.
I
But
did want your Timors.
I wanted cash for my Timors because I was trying to buy mangroves with my Timors, but then I ended up saving enough money for the mangroves anyway, and then I was offered to trade for the Timors. The hit came, if I remember correctly, I think it came to me because I was no longer selling them. And he must have messaged me from the old ad. But anyway,
I kept talking you out of selling them. You kept going, I'm selling the Timors. I'm like, no, just give them a couple more months.
Yeah, because you wanted them, and also as well, I won't name names, but I had 4 Timors and the little female that I sold. Actually, no, because I don't know. Okay, don't worry. It's doing really well. But yeah. So yeah, Michael potentially is maybe one day at some point in the future is getting the Timors that he wanted from me, which I'm very excited about because they're coming 3 years old. One will be 3 in June, one will be 3 in July, and one will be 3 in November.
Yeah.
Little bit of work slimming them down, partly for me, to be
And
honest.
then I think this is the thing is that like it's an opportunity that I don't think I could pass up. There are species that I wanted. There are 3 individuals that I wanted from you originally, but you wouldn't sell them to me.
I would sell them to you.
I know
don't give me that. No, I wouldn't sell them to you for a tenner. Is what you're trying to say?
No, no. I wanted them when they were like 700, and then you quickly bumped them back up because you didn't need the money anymore. And I was like, oh crap, I missed the opportunity.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then they'd they'd gone to someone. That person now was interested in pink tongues and other species that I keep and stuff like that, and worked out some sort of deal that kind of favors both of us. And it also means that I'm not actually paying any money for them because at the moment I've got money, but I've got no disposable money that I can spend on buying expensive lizards at the moment. So
I think if you can trade babies that you breed, though, it's ideal because you're enjoying.
So it's worked out well, but there's hopefully he's quite sound. He's quite happy for me to come and pick them up whenever. But
he seems like he's a really genuine good guy. Every time
I've had nothing bad to say.
Sound,
And then the only thing with that is that obviously it's a trio of dwarf monitors, but they're a good sized monitor, which means where am I housing those? I've already
the
had
female is as big as Mac.
So now I'm going right. Well, where am I keeping them? Is this going to be my potential future Prasinus Viv? Does it mean I'm not getting Prasinus in the future? I've now had to work out, rejig everything.
Yeah.
Thankfully I've got a bit of wiggle room in my room. It just means that I'm maybe going to need to keep things.
Yeah, we all mess up with quick purchases, but hopefully we learn in time. Time will tell if the Timors are the right call.
Yeah, but then again, because they're not a listed species in the sense of ones that I'm desperate to get. I wouldn't be spending money on them. I wouldn't be
I
buying
think
them.
you'll really, I'm not just saying it now. I think you'll really enjoy them
I hope so.
because when they were out, I was like, "Oh my god, these are so cool!" But obviously, we've already spoken about it. I'm in my reptile room a lot more than you are. So for me, it's very much like, "Oh, they're not out. Oh, they're not out." But for you, it's like, "Oh, they're out," and then you might not go, you might not see them, but then you're also not in there, and you're also doing other bits. And the male tongue feeds, so you could always just play with
always
him.
ideal.
Yeah.
How long more you want to go? Just because I'm on 6%.
Mate, I don't mind if you've like. We can either wrap up or you can carry on. I'm really not fussed. I do know what the time is.
Almost
We
11.
we can go through to midnight if you want to. It's up to you. I don't care. I generally don't care. I don't, like I say, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but that's also not a bad thing. But I don't know if you don't like the Timors. Tell me. They're just not. They are just no one's here. They're pretty rare over here, to be fair. But yeah, like I don't know if you can go on your other phone. You could probably join in your other phone and be on both, and then I'll just kick you on your old phone on this phone that you're on.
Let's have a look. Let's see if it works.
I think you'll just join twice because I'm pretty sure multiple people can join. And then I'll just it'll be longfield inception, everybody. But is everyone enjoying it? Let us know if you want us to keep talking because we're happy to keep talking. But like I say, I'll be honest with everyone as I always am. I don't really know what to talk about because we talk about so much. So I feel like I'm repeating myself, but then obviously I forget that these people aren't in group chat. And then because we talk about so much, I already know some stuff, and I'm like, can I talk about this? Should I talk about this? Should I not talk about this? And I felt the same with Matt as well, which is like, but yeah, everyone let us know if you want us to keep going and let us know what you want to talk about. Ask us some questions, lead the way. We've got 16 people. Oh, it said disconnected. Oh,
right, try and kick me. Oh, God.
All right, bye. Hi. Hello. I'm here to the bitter end. Oh, we got inceptions. Right.
All right. I need to get off of this one.
Okay.
Sorry, YouTube people.
Oh wow, you're louder on that one. I'm here to the bitter end. Pull the fellowship. Hail the fellowship. Hail the fellowship. But yeah, everyone got like any questions? I'm happy to keep rambling on about reptiles because I'm having a lay-in tomorrow. I've just got more Viv builds to do. I'm going to attempt to potentially like get that Viv in. I like dragged it from the bottom of my garden up to the top of my garden all by myself. And like I said, it did cost me 2 toes, but I did it. I was quite impressed. Where do you want to go from here then? You can steer the conversation. Where do you want to go?
No. I don't know.
You see what I mean though? Because like we talk all the time. Like, don't get me wrong, I can generally think of so many things to talk about right now. But then I'm like, I don't know if it's like so like you know, like I'm not gonna mention them because again I don't know if you want to voice it on the internet, but like the controversial stuff that we speak about in private. You know what I mean? Like all of that's going through my head and I'm like, I don't know if I should speak about it.
What? Like what?
Well, I don't know. Let me think about this. Let's just go. I'm just going to throw out some controversial topics and you can tell me your opinion on it. Inbreeding or Datria?
Ideally not. I think. Sorry, I'm turning up slightly. I can't say too much. I've both like my Akis are related and my Kimberleys are half related. I would try and do with the sense of the Akis. It's a case of if it's not broken, don't fix it. Like I enjoy them as individuals. I wouldn't want to be messing with buying extra ones. I don't have the room to start separating them out if things don't go right. In the sense of introducing more. If I got another male, I'd then have to sell my male. I don't sell my animals, and for those kind of purposes. So again, for me, it's they're pets before they're breeders. If I incubated 5 eggs and all 5 came out deformed and disgusting, then I'd be like, right, well, I just don't incubate eggs anymore. That's nowhere. That doesn't matter. If both my Kimberleys turned out to be female, I actively looked for an unrelated male to try and do as best I can. I feel like you just have to be sensible with it. If you have the options to do better, then do better. I think getting new blood is almost priceless, especially for us in the UK, especially when you're looking at Odatria or in particular Australian species. Getting good contacts with people in Sweden that can send you nice things one day is.
He's asked you a question. I have a question. I'm building like crazy over here. So do I keep the old room and get one more smaller, or keep everything in the bigger room? I mean, for me, the obvious answer is go into 2 rooms if you can. Just because you can go bigger, surely. / even if you stay the same size, you can get more animals in. So that would be my logical answer.
I think ideally, I'd like a second room. My partner would strongly disagree. So I'm quite limited in the space that I've got. And you've just got no more space. So you have to work with what you've got.
My problem is I can hear myself. Let me stand back. My problem is I had reptiles in every single room before we moved here, and now Fee wants her own space, which is fair enough. But the space is the same. Wait a second. Oh, if the space is the same. Oh. So if climate isn't an issue, I would go all in one room because it's nice to have all your reptiles in one room. So if you're saying you're going to move your office into the small room and then have the big room just for reptiles, I would have everything in one room personally. As long as temperate climate isn't an issue. That's what I would do because I like everything being in one room. I quite enjoy that.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah, I would say so. When I kept all my fish tanks in different rooms, it was quite hard. I think everything being in one place makes things easier.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you down a little bit. You're louder on that phone. Not that it matters.
Yeah, it's an older phone. It's
just because you're in my ears. What do you think of the reptile hobby? Like, just open bracket. What do you think of the reptile hobby?
It depends. Like, I feel the reptile hobby up here is quite shit in the sense of there's not a lot going on in Scotland in particular. But like, there's nothing up with me. I'm in the north. There's absolutely nothing. Scotland is very bloody dog and cat making noise. Scotland is very, very limited.
Scotland,
and they've just moved the show even further south. Which
you're only like an hour from my house, so you could probably swing into mine on the Saturday.
Yeah, it's so it's just if you're not down your way, it seems to be very hard to have any form of local community in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you're in driving distance of a few shops, like well-known shops, is.
Yeah, there's like 5 in the space of an hour, like different directions, but in about an hour, you can get to 5 different ones. Yeah.
But then at the same point, the country's not that big. Couriering is an option. Like, I'm not limited in what I can keep yet. Scotland better not start messing up with laws and stuff.
You'll be moving south of the wall.
Yeah. I wish I got more strongly into it before Brexit. I feel that things seem to be quite difficult at the moment. The more I look into things, the more I'm just like, man, if I was doing this a few years ago, things would be different. I find it hard when you're trying to not justify what you're doing, but when people kind of question what it is you're doing, like the general public kind of like, oh, some people think it's really cool, and they're like really interested in it. Other people are like, but why do you do that? So it's nice to have people that you can talk to that are actually understand what you're doing. And even when somebody's going, oh, you've got 1 million animals, and you're like, well, no, I've actually got a very small collection. It's good to have people that you can actually speak to that relate to that as well.
When I had the ambulance called out the other week, I gave them a tour, and one of the girls was like, "Oh, this is so sick! I love snakes." What do you think of social media?
I try not to get involved in the sense of like I hate criticism. I hate people commenting on things that I'm doing when it's negative. I don't take positive comments well either, but in particular if somebody left something negative or they questioned what I was doing or something, I think I'd take that quite
I beat myself up so much. Like I get, thankfully, I've hardly had any. But like someone left a negative comment. I sent it to you, didn't I? And the negative comment, the animals are home, and it was even negative. And I was like crying about it. I was just like, oh, maybe I should just stop doing social media. So yeah, I get that.
And you just get yourself into your head and stuff. It's why I like Instagram, because you can really tailor what you're doing.
Block people.
Yeah, or just like you show them what you want them to see, which is just like I like people. I like showing pictures of my animals. I don't need you to know the ins and outs and the substrates I'm using and what lighting's in which and what, like, how often I've changed lighting and stuff. Like, I don't need people to know that in detail, because then things start getting questioned, and like I've got nothing to hide. But at the same point,
please everybody. That's the problem.
Yeah, sometimes it's just easier just to get on with things. But then at the same point, you see people doing well, and you see people that are getting a lot of engagement, or they're getting these kind of communities going
Free
and stuff
stuff
like that. Like,
from Arcadia.
yeah, it's
it's hard because, like, for me, the reptile community, like, for example, Gary's beating people up that are hating us, but like this little podcast, right? This is not what I anticipated it to be when I started it, but I am genuinely so proud of this podcast. Like, I really like my podcast and this space that I've created for everybody. Instagram, I couldn't really care about. I enjoy it, but like, if Instagram was to go away tomorrow, I'd be like, okay, because Instagram's more of a chore, because it's like, how do I do this? What's this? Is my Aki okay? Is this? So whereas this is like, this is what I wanted as a kid, like the community. And that's quite nice. But for the most part, yeah,
I also find it quite. I really enjoyed AAH. It was a really good experience, but there's something humbling about going, like, when you're in your group of friends and you're the animal guy, and you're the guy that, like, if anybody's got a question about anything herp related, they ask you, and then you think, oh, I know quite a lot. And then you go to these places and you speak to these people and you're like, holy crap, I know nothing.
yeah.
Or I keep, like, yeah, I breed Akis.
What monitors have you got? Yeah, don't get me wrong, I was very tired. On the second day, I was very tired. But I did enjoy it. I'm definitely going to go back next year. Like, I really enjoyed that. And just to, like you say, just to sit up and talk monitors, or reptiles, but obviously for the most part I was with the monitor crew. Just to hang out and talk monitors face to face with people was really, really nice, you know. And it's nice as well because obviously you and I only met over Facebook, social media. I'm tired. You and I met. How did we even?
It was after your reptiles and research
Yeah,
podcast.
you knew.
I messaged you asking for help on Akis.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember now. And now look at us, like bestie mates, talk every day, come stay at my house. Like that's a good thing about social media. That's something.
Yeah. Another thing on the AHH was that kind of moment that 1 minute we're like with monitor people and it's quite cool, and then you turn around at lunch and you're like, why am I sat at the YouTubers table?
Yeah.
It was a strange one, but it was cool. Like there was nobody there that you felt you couldn't speak to. And like, yeah, I met some really cool people when I was there. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Instagram's the best. 90 seconds, even I can be serious. I do like your little snippet information videos you put out, Jonas. But this is the problem. Like, it's not a problem at all. But we've been live for over 3.5 hours now. And I was talking to someone about this the other day. It's like, I go live on Instagram once a week. I go live on YouTube once a week. It's impossible for me to be fake. Like, I can't not be myself because I go live for like 6 hours a week. You know, that's a day a week, a working day a week. I go live between 4 and 6 hours. It's obviously not a working day, but you know what I mean. It's a lot of time to dedicate. Well, that's not just the messaging, no, and that's just live interacting with people. And I do. Part of me is like, I'd be lying if I said part of me doesn't regret going public. Like 10% of me is like, when we get bigger, because I seem to have hit this trajectory at the minute, and I'm very grateful for it. But there are little voices in the back of my head are going like, the bigger you get, the more negative comments you're going to get. And I generally think like negative comments will just make me fucking knock it all on the head. I just be like, I don't want it. I'm not interested. Like, I don't do this for notoriety. I do this for animals, and I don't need people fucking criticizing me. I don't need it.
As like well, obviously, like, you know, I'm seriously debating doing some sort of educational program, like in person with animals and stuff. The children side of it doesn't bother me. Like I work with children day to day. Like I can keep them engaged. Like children are very interested in the natural world. It's everything else, like the adults, and I think all it would take would be one comment from some arsehole that thinks they're
expert.
Yeah, just to really put me off. And then I don't know if I've got like a big enough ego to keep going after that, or yeah, it's
yeah, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do, as in like social media. If I ever had like a scandal, that would be me done. I don't think I could bloody God, we nearly had a scandal about the bloody team wars. That'd have been me. That'd have been me done. But yeah, I mean, I don't. I generally don't do this. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, it's become apparent that I could monetize this. And thank you all for your donations. But all jokes aside, if I keep plugging away in a couple of years, this could be a thing for me because it seems to be going all right.
Yeah.
And that's sick. That's sick. But then I know with fame comes mud. You know, you got to tread through the mud, and I don't know if I'm cut out for it. I know I can do it. I've been to hell and back, but I just don't know if I want to do it again. You know what I mean? It's hard.
I think there's a few things that people who keep reptiles that kind of engage in social media think about doing, like animal parties and stuff. Like everybody's kind of had that thought. So like YouTube and Instagram and stuff. Like I'd lie, like the amount of times I've thought about, oh, if I start a YouTube channel, like when I had the flat full of fish, I was like, all right, I could start a YouTube channel. Like I've got more fish lines and I've got more interesting fish than anybody else on YouTube. Like it could work. I was like, and then when I was moving my house, I was like, right, well, I'm building a fish room. I'm building a reptile room. Like I could start from the very beginning, moving into my new animal room, and it would do well. And you start thinking about these things, and then like part of me was always like, oh, well, I don't have enough, but now I've got like a half decent collection. I'm like, well, have I got enough? And then part of me still thinks, no, I don't have enough. the cat is currently
eating your fish.
Trying to. I don't think like I'm one of these people that I feel that I would never be at that point where I've got enough to engage, to keep people engaged. But then you see people that have got.
You carry on. I'll get to this in a minute.
Yeah. So I was just reading it. Yeah, like you see some people that manage to keep social media presence with 4 animals. Like
I think a lot of it's you, though, mate. I think a lot of it relevant to this comment. To be honest, why I really like this pod because it's not fixed up straight off. I love it. Like, I think a lot of that, obviously, because the podcast is obviously to do with animals, but I don't show any of my animals. The podcast is just a reflection of me, and people show up for me. And it's hard to not get big-headed about it because that is the truth of the situation. They show up to hear my opinion, my guest's opinion, you know, and that's what social media is to an extent. Because, like, Jesus Christ, but look at leopard gecko. She didn't show herself at all. She just showed her leopard geckos, but she got massive, didn't she? I didn't really watch her. Yeah, well, I didn't really watch her, but she was massive. Or is massive. I don't know if she still posts. I don't know. But like I think so. When I started social, like just over a year ago now, start of May last year, I started. It's all the videos I watched was like just start. You'll look back on your first stuff, and you'll cringe. And like YouTube's now got like a podcast feature, and I've basically transitioned this over to the podcast feature on YouTube. And I rewatched my first episode, and it generally was like me with Sven sat on me. And I'm like, hello, everybody. I just want to talk to you guys today about myself. I've watched that one, yeah. I like lizards. But then I hate my face. I hate my voice. You know, I've gained quite a lot of weight, so I'm quite uncomfortable in my own body. So to just go out on camera and be like, it's hard, man. Like, there's no point in saying it's not. Now I feel a bit more comfortable because I know people show up. when I first started, I was just like talking to myself. That's why I took the podcast live, because I found it very lonely. Like, I like the community. You hear about these Twitch streamers that go live on Twitch every night for 6 hours, and they've got like 1 viewer in that 6 hours. Yeah. And it's like, fair play to you. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I couldn't do it, I don't think. Like, I couldn't do it. Like, 30 people, I think it was 30 people at peak of there. I've never had 30 people show up. And like, I talked to Riddler a lot about this, and I'm sure he won't mind me airing out his dirty laundry, but I don't really care if he does or doesn't. Because he's not here. I'm nearly not. He's not going to make it to the 4-hour mark. It's fine. He's not watching it back. He's a fake fan. But yeah, so I forgot what I was going to say. Numbers. Oh, yeah. I remember. So like, I've surpassed him on Instagram now. And this is friendly banter between me and him, so I'm not bitching at all. People don't think I am, because I've said this to him. I was like, I've surpassed you now, like eye emoji. And the 70, I'll probably be at 18,000 or whatever I'm on in the morning. That's just a number. But now the 12 people that are still here, I don't know if they're the same 12 people that started, or, you know, that to me means a lot. Because if 12 people showed up in my reptile room, let alone 30 people earlier, that to me means a lot. I couldn't care about the subscribers. I couldn't care about the numbers after my name helps, because I do have companies and people. Like, I've got a couple of bigger creators potentially coming on the podcast now. And I generally think it's, one, because obviously this podcast is the best podcast in the world. And 2, I've got numbers to my name. So I'm a somebody. I may not be as big as them, but I'm still a somebody, and it definitely helps when you're in there's social media. I feel as well that there's levels. There's people that maybe like your videos and they'll subscribe to you and they'll watch the odd one, and that's fine if that's the level of engagement they want to give. There's maybe people that watch like, oh well, I'll skim through a podcast, or I'll catch it occasionally, and I'll watch the videos when they come out and like it. Well, that's fair enough too if that's what you want to do. Yeah. And then it's just like, I've got
when I really put in effort to my Instagram page about a year ago, I was getting maybe 100 likes per post, and that was just people that were constantly engaging with the post. Nowadays, if I post a photo, I'll maybe get 30, 40, because it's just not as much engagement, and people have dropped engagement, and that's fine. But like you say, you concentrate on the people that maybe are commenting, or like, because they're engaging that a little bit further, and it's nice that people are willing to do that just for somebody online that's they like watching, and they like what they do. It's
for sure. Yeah. I don't take any of it for granted. I'm just gonna catch up on this quickly. Negativity will come, but as long as you can take it and turn it into either a learning or a teaching. See, I can compartmentalize it eventually, but in the moment, there's no point in. Yeah, for me,
it plays up on me. It'll pick away at me. Even something as simple as, like, if you're doing an everyday thing and somebody comments on a way you do, like, just something, and things stick with me, and I think that's why I couldn't do this.
If I get annoyed, I think there's a truth in it. So, like, for example, I had a comment saying Kermit's in too small of an enclosure, and I agree. So then I really got criticised, really got hurt, criticise myself. But if someone said to me, "You're caring for mango incorrectly outside of enclosure size," I'd be like, "Fuck off! Like, what are you talking about?" So I think it has to sit true, and then if it sits true, then I know it's obviously something more legit. Remember, negativity comes from. Yeah, no, I don't disagree, Gary, but I will. There's no point in lying. It will eat me up. It's like, I guess that's just how it is. But if we back it up one another, it'll be easier. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I love this little community, like, and I'm appreciating. Like, that's why I live for the fellowship. Logo in the making. That's why I like this, like, podcast. You know what I mean? Like, for example, now we're just talking, which is sick. Like, this doesn't have to be like. So, how did you get your first reptile? Like, we're just talking, you know, we're just mates talking about reptiles and life and just shit on a podcast. Nearly at 4 hours. Like, I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe not for much longer, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's getting late.
But that's what I mean, though. Like, we talk every day, and then we've still managed to just talk about 4 hours on different stuff. Anyway, you know what I mean?
But, like, I've had it before. You've rang me before and went, "I just need to rant about some stuff." 2 hours later on the phone, just still going.
I need to keep opening and shutting my window, because 1 minute it's freezing and the next minute it's warm. I think my back doors are still open, so my reptile room's going to be cold. But yeah, I'll just see where this social stuff goes. I'm generally not doing it for fame or fucking money or clout, but I'll be lying if I said over the last week or two, I was like, I've come to the epiphany that I could really do this. Like, I didn't believe in myself, and I think I've just started to believe in myself. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm not planning on changing anything. You know what I mean? It's not broken, don't fix it. I need to post a reel. Shit, I need to do that in the next 10 minutes. I've already got one ready to go, so I'm going to post a reel. Is there anything else you want to touch on before we wrap up?
No, I think we've covered quite a lot. There's
I mean, we touched on pink tongues quite a bit. If anyone's, I'll probably clip that and post a pink tongue video on my monitor channel.
Yeah, Matt knew it was coming. That's for sure.
He loves it. I've got to get him back on for round 2 at some point.
You see
I got to sleep, guys. Working in 6 hours. Great time. Yeah, we're literally just wrapping up anyway, Jonas.
Yeah, I've got work. Not long.
Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
Talking lizards.
Oh, Matt is still here. But thank you for the supers, Jonas. Honestly, I appreciate you so much. You're an absolute real one. Okay, then, if we're wrapping up, we've got to wrap up questions, baby.
Jonas, honestly, sorry, I was opening up I was opening up the comments on my phone.
That's fine. Right. I am being rude and Instagramming whilst doing this. But what's the one piece of advice you would give to a new reptile keeper?
It would really be try to curb the urges for impulse buying. Like we all do it. We've all done it. We're all going to continue to do it. But for every one you do, if you don't do five, like it's just you need to make mistakes to learn, but try and learn from other people's mistakes, especially when it's involving live animals. Like the more you can learn before you have to make the mistakes, it's important. But for me personally, make like a list of the kind of animals that you're interested in. If you get interested in an animal, add it to a list. And then in 6 months' time, if you're still interested in that animal, then go get it, because you've had the idea that you want it for 6 months, and if you still want it, then great. Like you really do want that animal. I've got animals that I wanted, and I added them to the list. And now I look on that, I go, I wouldn't own that. Like I've got on my list, I've got sailfin dragons. I love sailfin dragons; they're fantastic. I wouldn't own one, not now. Whereas if I got offered one 4 years ago, I probably would have got it. So, just kind of think about what you want, long term, and then just kind of go from there. Try and, if it's something you've been after for years, then just really go for it and kind of chase those dreams as well, because things are achievable if you really put your mind to it.
Or just make friends with people that breed expensive lizards.
That's my answer for the next one. Stop skipping it.
Just quickly on the last few comments then. So from this podcast, I got dog food for pink tongue skinks and keep them on paper towels. Don't forget.
You don't want pink tongues. Go and feed your monkey tail skinks some dog food and see how they like it.
2 sheets, Matt. 1 sheet is not plenty in this case.
2-ply. At least make it 2-ply.
13-hour shift tomorrow. Yeah, it was lagging a bit, including the middle. Yeah, I thought it was a bit laggy, but apparently it's been okay. Before we do answer the last question, I forgot to ask before the first question because I'm tired. Is there anything you want to ask me? Because I always ask everyone. Without getting into another hour-long conversation. You can say no. I won't be offended.
There's nothing that pops to mind that I wouldn't have already asked you.
You know, that's what I mean, because we talk all the time, so it's hard to interview you. That's fine. I don't mind. It's cool. That's fine. Why are you working tomorrow? Oh, because I guess people still work, so they still need...
Yeah, like schools aren't... Well, at least private. I don't think schools are closed either.
Yes,
we don't get bank holidays the same way.
No, it's half term.
Oh, have you got your May Day?
It's half term. It's week off. Elijah's week off.
Oh no, schools in Scotland are different.
Anyway,
we get May Day at the start of May.
We got one at the start, one at the end.
Oh no.
I think it's bank holiday as well. I think it's half term as well.
Oh no, no.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. The question's changed. It was, what's the best piece of advice you've ever been given? And now I'm going to change it to what's the one piece of advice you want to leave with your kids before you die?
No.
I don't know what's harder. Like, you're a mate, so I can ask you. What's harder? What's the best piece of advice you've ever been given? Or what's the piece of advice you want to leave with your kids before they die? What's a harder question? I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the kids before they die. Before they die, before you die.
Because it was original. You changed it last time to what's a piece of advice you would give, non-reptile related.
Okay, I don't want to ask anymore. What's the one piece of advice you would give non-reptile? We'll go with that because there's less pressure on that. So
I would say like just surround yourself. I'm going to steal Riddler's kind of one, like surround yourself with good people, surround yourself with people you can bounce ideas off of, and it can keep you grounded as well. But also find a friend that breeds green tree monitors so that you can No, like just
MJH.
I would find people that can elevate you as a person rather like from like a like it's easy enough for us to sit here and joke because he's a good friend that like people you can gain things from um in a kind of not monetary like an items form but like just people that yeah like people find people that will elevate you as a person and that can really make you a better person in that way and that can help you like achieve dreams but not I'm not meaning that as in
Are you telling me that you love me?
no
Oh.
it's too late for that it's almost midnight I'm too tired to get that deep but yeah
Start
and
of a
like
new day.
but I'm not meaning that like from me like I've really enjoyed the reptile community since becoming more involved with people and obviously a lot of those people I've met through you as well which I'm always appreciate for it but then also like I didn't have a lot of close friends when I was younger and then now I do have very close friends that mean the world to me as well so it's that kind of having people around you that you can enjoy time with but if it was something I'd leave to my child because I think I would be a different one. It would be something like I'm really trying to instill, like the love of nature for my daughter and kind of like enjoying the outdoors and enjoying like that kind of thing. So if it was that question, I think that's quite a good one. I've not heard that one before. Like the kind of what a piece of advice would you give your child. But like for me, that would be slightly different because I'm addressing someone differently, but
I might use that. What's the one piece of advice do you want to instill on your child? I'll do it that way rather than going like, before you die, what did you want your kid to learn?
like
yeah. I don't know what I would answer that because obviously I've got my favorite piece of advice: pick the flowers, bitch.
I love the Botanic Gardens today. Holly picked every flower she could get hold of.
You haven't taught her to love nature yet, have you?
She loves flowers. It's fine.
She only likes them if she picks them.
Oh well. She loves blowing the dandelions.
Elijah did that once and inhaled them when he was younger. He's also autistic though, so he probably thinks blowers suck. I don't. What would I? For people that are listening to this who are autistic, I have a dark sense of humor. My child is actually autistic. All right, I'm just joking. What would I leave my kid before I die? It's hard because that's a better question to say what piece of advice you want to instill on your child. Because obviously, I'm a young dad, same as yourself. So in theory, if life is good, my kid's going to be like 70 when I die. By then, if I haven't taught it, his life's fucked. So I think for me, one piece of advice I want to instill on my kids before I die. For fuck's sake, Paul, answer the damn question. I want him to know that he's enough. No matter what he does, where he goes, who he's with, what he sees, how he turns out, he's enough. And that's what I want him to know. That everything's going to be all right one day, and he's enough. I think that's what I would like my kids. I would like to teach my kid because I'm not having it anymore. It's a kid. Vasectomy book for August. Have that one in there at the 4-hour mark. Well, yeah, that was it, really. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the Captain Raptors podcast. I'm getting a bit delusional because I've lost a lot of blood through my feet. It's quite tired.
And it's midnight.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a minute and 30 seconds. But just quickly, I'm not going to give you loads of compliments because you don't like them. But I do it to every guest, so you're going to be no different. I just want to thank you for being my friend publicly. You've been a great confidant, and you've generally made my life better. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks. On that note, everybody, we're going to end this. Hopefully, it doesn't get demonetized for all the swearing. If it does, thanks for the super chats. Thank you for hanging out. Please like, comment, subscribe. Michael's links in the description. Check him out. He's a great friend of mine. He's a great guy. Great chat.
I have to listen to a lot.
He's my free therapist. I message him all the time.
There is many a times I get.
7-minute voice notes.
It's how early you will voice note in the morning. Just like, I had a thought.
I'm trying to be nice to you. I don't need you to turn this against me. Jesus Christ. Anyway, on that note, I'll see you. Do I have a guest for next Sunday? I don't think I do. Do I not? That's a spoiler for the 14 people watching. Next Sunday, if he doesn't cancel again, because he's been known to fucking cancel, the prick, is Mr. Will Exotic.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. So I know Gary will be happy about that.
Mr. Living in the Jungle himself.
Mr. Jungle Boy himself. George of the Jungle. Will of the Jungle. Oh, I'm going to make that a banner. Will of the Jungle. He won't not get it. Do you reckon Americans
He seems to be obsessed with blue lizards at the moment.
Yeah, he's collecting them all. Or it might not be a blue tree. I don't know. Go and
comment
on
not
his
be.
video.
The comment section was quite...
I haven't read it, to be honest. It
was all just, you're getting a blue tree. Like, he name dropped Father Blue a few times, and his screen lock picture is the one Chris Appling.
I did.
I don't think he's getting away with pretending it's not a blue tree, but I might be wrong. It's been known to happen.
I'll bug his ass all week. He's confirmed to lock in. He was meant to be on. He was on a couple of times on before I was live, and then it just corrupted because he had no signal. And he was meant to be on once, and then he cancelled or it moved or whatever. He sent me pics while we were doing this. Yeah, he's another person. Him and I have been in the DMs daily. Anyway, we are going to wrap this up. I appreciate every single one of you watching this. If you've been with me for the 4 hours and Michael for the 4 hours and 1 minute. It's
been a good chat. I've really enjoyed it. I was quite nervous to come on beforehand. I was excited, but also nervous that, like you say, it was more about what are we going to talk about.
Yeah.
Because we speak so often, and I know how you would answer any question that I ask.
Same for you. Yeah.
How do you get that information across without it feeling fake or without it feeling scripted? Which obviously this has not been. And it's been really enjoyable. I'm going to go now and get shouted at because I told Anna that this would be 2 hours long.
Yeah, Fee always says to me, she's when I first started doing this podcast, she was like, "How long are you going to be?" I was like, "Oh, I don't think that long." 3-4 hours later, I think this is my longest one though. 4 hours. I think Parker's was close to 4 hours.
How have we reached it? That's fine.
4 hours, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
No, I got I said, "Oh, it's like it'll be fine." It's like because it's me and Paul. Like it's going to be. He knows kind of like what we would chat about and what we would say, and then there's not much more that we could speak about that's new or that's not exciting, but you know what I mean. Like
because we speak every day. It's all old news.
Fresh, yeah. And then I was like, oh, so like 2 hours, and then I got a message at 2.5 hours going, "Oh, are you still going?" I was like, "Yeah, it's just a really good chat. Like we're just having a good time." She's like, "All right, yeah, fair enough." 4 hours later.
Yeah, well,
I've not got any of my stuff set out for work tomorrow.
Yeah, right. But you've enjoyed it, yeah?
It's been good. It's been really good.
Good. Well, in a minute, when I kick everyone, you and I will be in a private room. Hopefully.
You've not done this enough times yet.
Well, it's gone wrong twice, so that's why I say hopefully. But anyway, I'll wrap it up. Thank you everyone for listening, watching, viewing, and subscribing.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on.
No, anytime. Check Michael out. Check me out. Check the Patreon out. Buy Michael's Pink Tongue Skinks. Also, my merch is in the description. It will be being cancelled next month. End of June, merch no more. So if you want merch, get it now. I should have probably said that at the start, maybe next week. Anyway, this has been myself and Michael, Capture Podcast.
Peace.
At